What's up, everybody? How we doing tonight? Everybody having at least a decent Tuesday. At least a decent Tuesday, I do hope. It's been a bit of a weird one for me, but here I am at my desk, getting ready to do some work. So it can't be all. It is a nice shirt, isn't it? The weird part was actually going to bare-ass Gary Woods to get it. It's a strange place. Very strange indeed. Data Nerd, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the t-shirt. Dan Does Minis, hey back at ya, my friend. Dan, how you doing today? I hope you're having a good one. I hope everybody is. Man, we got a lot of people in chat right off the bat. Whole lot of people in chat. Again, I hope you are all having a fantastic day. I hope your model making, your model painting, your model playing is going well. We are going to be working on doing some building tonight. My forces from Mantic arrived yesterday. I might have gone a little retail therapy nuts on the Mantic Firefight 2nd Edition releases, because I ordered the army packs for the GCPS, for the Forge Fathers, for the Veermen, and for the Asterians. Now, the Veermen and the Forge Fathers made sense because I already had those factions for Deadzone, so it's just expanding on what I've already got. But then I was like, why not get the GCPS and the Asterians too? And, you know, it was nuts. But they were selling the packages for like $80? It's like 50 cents a mini in some cases. I was like, yeah, sure. You know what? I can afford to be wrong. If I waste a total of like $160 on some armies that I don't really want over the long term, I'll get enough enjoyment out of building and painting them. I think I'll be okay. And the speed painting on these minis has been going so well that I am encouraged to really dig into some of these army builds. Oh no, I've got the hoodies. It's a little warm for the hoodie right now. It's a little warm today for the hoodie, Data Nerd. It's on the wall back. You can't really see it. You can't see the symbol. It's a wonderful hoodie though, and thank you so much for getting that together for me. So many B1s, X0, you have my sympathy. I built my share of B1 battle droids. It's not a great time. I've built a lot of models. I built a lot of styrene models in my day, and the Star Wars Legion B1 battle droids are among the fiddliest of builds that I have done. Nocturnal Miniatures, good to see you, my friend. Could we get a shout out for Nocturnal Minis? How has your conquest been going, man? Ruined my rotator cuff to... Oh, Kaylee. I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, if we're setting that as the baseline, then yes, I think most of us are probably doing better than that today. But I'm very, very sorry to hear that happened. That's never a good time. Have a thing for horde armies, have a lot of NIDs as well. Well, like I said, X0, look at your army builds and make sure that you can't swap some of those out, because I feel like there's a commander maybe that lets you take B2s as standard infantry. I feel like maybe BX... There's some combination in the CIS forces that let you take fewer B1s. I remember there was something that let you take more B2s, but admittedly, that was in playtesting, and I don't know how that card came out, and I don't remember exactly what that card was, so literally nothing I've said is probably actually helpful. And there we go for Desert Owl and the Cookie Mama as well. We have so many talented people. So many talented people in this chat. Working a Dathomir thingy for May the 4th. I always forget that that's a thing, Sewer Creature. I always forget that May the 4th is like a Star Wars marketing holiday. I thought, once I realized that, I was like, maybe I should work on that Vader today. And then I was like, fuck you, Disney. And I decided not to. I'm like, I was gonna build some Firefight models today, so I'm just gonna do that. As soon as, we're gonna finish up Vader probably later this week. And I know I complained about this vocally on the Discord earlier, but I know that Vader, that limited edition Star Wars Celebration 2019 Star Wars Legion Vader, there were only like 500 of them made, and I know that they like, immediately after they were sold initially for $30, they went up for, like, $500 on eBay, which I found this just crazy, because I really wanted one, and that's why I'm like, okay, well, somebody's gonna sell them on eBay, let me see, $100, I'll pick one up, and they were like, $300, $500, I'm like, no, out of your damn minds, 100, I was already gonna feel ashamed of myself for paying. And I went ahead and looked today. First of all, you can't really find them for sale anymore. Like, they pop up one every now and then. And the only ones that I found were for sale for $1,000 and $1,500. And it wasn't like $1,500 with no interest. It was like $1,500 with a bunch of followers and people clearly thinking about actually spending $1,500 on one mini. So that little Darth Vader that I've been working on, that I'll show off again here in a minute because I'm really happy with how it's coming together. $1,500. Now, bear in mind, I'm not saying it's worth $1,500, because it's not. I do not subscribe to the notion. I know it's a popular and fun saying. Things are worth whatever people are willing to pay for them. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Maybe in some cases, and based on the nature of the like specific supply of an actual commodity with intrinsic value. Okay, maybe. I think there's an argument to be had there as far as the true value of something that is necessary. When we're talking items like, I don't know. It's okay. Before I say something stupid, because I'm sitting here thinking, hey, Thunderhead, you have an associate's in economic and business. You probably shouldn't say things like that. Because it is a more complex issue than just things are worth what people are willing to pay for them, and obviously that changes based on the nature of the object. But I'm just gonna say, narrow it down to as specific statement as I can. That fucking model is not worth $1,500, and I was astonished to note as I looked for, because, and I think I've said this before, when I'm gonna paint a mini like that, I go online and I see like, what have other people done with this mini? What other paint jobs have people done on this? Wow, really? Happy Heretic? It's not a Shadowrun movie. I remember I went into that movie thinking, hey, it's gonna be a Shadowrun movie, and I watched it and I was like, it's not. Even as a fan of Shadowrun, if you watch it, it has very little to do with any of the themes of Shadowrun. It very superficially shares some features with the Shadowrun setting is all. But I go and I look and see like what paint jobs have other people done on this mini, give myself some inspiration, some ideas. I couldn't find more than like 4 or 5 examples of the limited edition Vader being painted. And like, you know, this is the internet. There are pictures of everything. There are pictures, thousands and thousands of pictures of everything that has been painted. So I'm left to conclude that there just aren't, because there's only 500 of them. I would assume there are some recasts out there too, but you know, there's 500 of these models, and I guess just not many of them have actually been painted by people. Which is appalling. They should all be painted. Or if they're not all painted, I would say over like 3/4 of them should be painted by now. It's been 3 years. Yeah, I know, Asri, and that's part of what upset me about it, is that it's like these things are being treated like they're an investment, I guess. Oh my god, PlanetSide 2, Ren? That's... You couldn't have picked something a little less brutal? PlanetSide 2 is just one of those games where it's like, well, get used to dying a whole lot. Just constantly. More engagements than not, you're gonna run in and die immediately to something that you didn't see and had no way to counter. And that's how you learn that thing is there, and you should avoid it next time. And by the time you get back, something else will be there to kill you, without ever letting you know that it was there or how it happened. That's PlanetSide, baby! Don't get me wrong, I love PlanetSide 2, but that's a bit rough. Hell yeah, X-Zero. No, I mean, I treated this mini with some respect. Mind you, we did Vaders before it to sort of ramp up to it, which, by the way, I owe Vergaderung and Cookie Mama those Vaders. Cookie Mama, I think you're in chat. Vergaderung's probably at work. Those are going to be shipping out, and I should have told you this before, but I didn't because I'm a dum-dum. Those are going to be shipping out right after I finish this limited edition Vader for one reason, and that is that I want to get a picture of all three of them together in a photo box before I send them out. I hope that doesn't interrupt any plans or anything like that. If it does, please let me know. What else is free should I show her? That's a shooter? Free shooters. There are free shooters, aren't there? The fact that I can't think of literally any doesn't mean that they don't exist. It just means that I'm horribly ignorant. Well, Helldivers is an isometric shooter, GM Kaylee. PlanetSide 2 is a first-person, I want to say squad-based shooter, but it's just, yeah, Halo Infinite. There you go, X-Zero. PlanetSide 2 is, it's a disappointment simulator. It's supposed to be like a big active war, and it's just death and Zerg. That's all it is. Kaylee, have you not played PlanetSide 2? It's great. It's been out. How long has PlanetSide 2 been out? I feel like it has to have been out almost a decade now. I was in on day one on that shit. I have all the like founder skins and decals and everything, and I got really good as a Galaxy pilot and as a 10 years. I'll be damned. I was right on. As a Galaxy pilot and as what's the gunship called? What can't I think of it now? I want to say Pelican, but that's from Halo. That's not right. It's the Vindicator, the Validator, the Viscerator, the Liberator. I knew it was one of those. Yeah, I got pretty good with the Liberator. I haven't played it for a long time, so I don't know what balance changes have happened. I don't know what... Now, the Valkyrie came later, and I came back to the game when the Valkyrie came out. And I got pretty decent with the Valkyrie. I actually have more fun with the Valkyrie now, because I just play, like, helicopter pilot, and we get a squad of 4 in the back with missile launchers. And then we just, like, zoom in behind tanks and hit it 4 times in the rear armor, and then just bug the fuck out. Like, that's quality gameplay there. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with calling it a Pelican. A Pelican is a perfectly serviceable name. It was in the individual names they did badass things, like the Pelican pilot named Foehammer. That's just awesome. We got a little bit of a mix. Automat. We play Fortunate Son. We play Long Tall Sally. You know, all the hits, all the favorites, all the big ones. Look, one time that happened. 2 times that might have happened. Everyone knows that trees are the most deadly foes on our axis to pilots. It's like they reach up and just snatch you right out of the air. Their branches are made of some sort of impossible unobtainium alloy. I think it was in both cases, Kaylee. Because for those of you who might not know, which I assume in this chat most of you probably do know, because we're a big bunch of fucking nerds, Gandalf's sword in Lord of the Rings is named Glamdring, which in Elvish means Foehammer. It's a great fucking name. It's a square, fuck yeah, man. Shirk twinsies. Look, Kursala, it's gonna happen, okay? You knew the risks when you got into the back of the fucking Valkyrie. Every now and then the trees reach up and just snatch you out of the air. Now, okay, for the 3 times that I might have crashed us into trees, how many times did I, like, thread the needle 5 feet off the ground and swing us into an alright firing position? I'm not gonna say a great firing position, but an alright firing position. Because I did that too. At least once. At least once. Oh yeah, Ezimir is... No. That's I actually like flying on Ezimir, Ren, because flying on Ezimir is that much harder. You actually kind of have to learn the the corridors under the trees. Because there's some areas where once you fly under the canopy of the trees on Esamir, there's no way to get out for like a half mile in any given direction. But there are like corridors under the canopy of the trees, and you can kind of move around in there, but you gotta be quick and you gotta know how to get out. Oh yeah, everybody's got jokes. Everybody's got jokes today. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Data Nerd. Yeah, maybe you should learn how to fucking pilot a Valkyrie, huh? I mean, it's technically the same way in PlanetSide 2 Stig, but thankfully the gear doesn't deploy until you are moving slow and are close to the ground, so it's not likely to happen unless you accelerate really, really fast while coming in for a landing for some reason, which is probably your fault. Well, that's because I'm an amazing pilot, Kursala, and I want to fly. I want to fly the Valkyrie. I keep going back to PlanetSide 2. I haven't for a while. Maybe I should take a look. Aren't they adding... They added a new continent, didn't they? And I feel like they added some new weapons. I feel like they... I saw something recently. They're talking about underwater content, which I find compelling. You can be amazed by how quickly you explode. That's technically amazing. Let's build some models. I got so many. I got so many to build. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you because this is the $1,500 menace. The fact that somebody might actually buy this model, new in box, mind you, for $1,500 is just. I don't know. I have no words. I will say that I came back to this and started to work on the Saber Blade. I am very pleased that I have been able to get it to a point where I've got 3 golden angles to work with. There's this one here. As we rotate around, we can see there's another one right here. And then we come in from the back, we can see there's a third one right here. I think 3 is the limit. If you try to go for 4, it's not going to look right. But at 3, you see you can kind of divide it up into thirds so that you've got a nice big band of red that doesn't show up from the angle. But if you're doing this style of lightsaber, you absolutely have to pick those golden angles to work with. Oh, thank you for the sound effects, WJ. How you doing, man? Mech Assault 2's multiplayer. I don't think I ever played Mech Assault 2 multiplayer. Had an interview today and it went okay. Well, people trying for the spot, but I felt good about it. Well, fuck yeah, Cookie Mama. I believe in you. I think most of my life has actually been spent making that sound effect. So we're building Galactic Co-Prosperity Sphere Marines from Mantic's Firefight today. Now, I've already started on these guys. I got 40 of them in the box. I pulled up a list and I figured out what armament everybody has to have. I got started building them last night. Mostly, I glued their sets of legs to these 3D printed bases because it's just easier to build them when they're kind of already glued down, and that helped me organize how many bases I needed and how many sets of legs I had and everything like that. I've started building the Ranger squads that I need. And the visible difference between Rangers and Marines is that the Rangers get these little jump packs on their backs. These little anti-grav jump packs that they get to use. And let me see. I made one squad all but the heads. We got the little Ranger leader with a laser carbine here. And then I had a little package of the specialist pieces to make like snipers. So there's some metal add-on pieces I'm going to be using. These guys have sniper rifles. This is the new resin Ranger Lieutenant model that they released as part of the new packages for the GCPS. Now, it comes with a bare head and then a grav pack that has the helmet hanging off of it, and I was like, fuck that. I am a big believer that these soldiers should probably wear helmets. So I decided to go ahead and use a helmeted head for the shotgun lieutenant, and then swap out a pack that doesn't have a helmet on it. Classic mechs with speed paints did discover that oil paints do not reactivate. That makes sense. That makes sense, Happy Heretic. And I want to play around with that some, with using oil paints over speed paints, because I think they might go together particularly well. So I want some thoughts from chat. There are 4 primary types of soldier in the GCPS that you can build and run. I'm going to be using at least 3 of them and probably adding the 4th. There are recruits, there are Marines, there are veterans, there are Rangers. And I'm wondering how I should visually differentiate them. Because I'm thinking this paint scheme that I did here, this is your standard Marine, is essentially what this is. And I'm wondering how to visually differentiate from the Marine. Veterans might not be necessary because veterans are differentiated by their weapons. They have laser carbines. But recruits should have something special on them to differentiate them visually, because otherwise they don't look necessarily different, other than how their unit is built and who their leader is. Rangers are visually differentiated by having the jump packs on, but I'd kind of like to do something special to them to also set them apart. Yeah, colored bands. That's a good idea, Kursala. My curiosity is just where. Now, we don't have to decide right now. I was thinking maybe the helmets. We don't have to decide right now because we're not painting them tonight. But think about it, and if you, as you look at these models as I build them up, if you come up with some good ideas, please feel free to pitch them at me. Green accents for the recruits, that could work. I definitely want something that's going to stand out, so my first thought was like white, something kind of bright. Not the left arm, mostly because it's kind of covered up, I'm going to be guessing. Alright. Where was I? I am building... Let me finish building my mule, because I started to build this mule APC and I haven't finished it yet, so we're going to go ahead and do this. I did get started on it. I attached the bed to the chassis and then one of the side panels here, and then I did the weapons, which these actually... I appreciate in this kit, Mantic includes both of the weapons that you can put on it, which is an autocannon and a laser cannon, and they include all the pieces for both of them. And then it's a dry fit peg so that you can swap them. That's an amazing thing for a game company to do, is let you actually build both the weapons and then swap them freely. But I went ahead and did magnets. Now, if you wind up getting this kit, I do strongly recommend using 2mm magnets and not 3. I barely made these 3mm magnets fit. 2mm would be perfect. Rank color coded by pants color, so the recruits get the brown pants. Is that what you're saying? The left arm, your presently assigned unit, right is whatever unit you were when you first faced combat. That, well, yes. But I'm not terribly concerned with realistic military nomenclature for my corporate future Space Marines, specifically WJ. Left bicep, right boot, top of helmet. Probably not the boots. Top of the helmet I'd be okay with. Top of the helmet, or maybe the band, like the brow band around the helmet. Either way, I'm going to have 15 recruits that I want to look different, and then I want to do something special for the Rangers. I'm hoping to do some of that. This is why I'm building this, Trotsky, is I very much want to... I've got my whole game room set up now to record and to stream games, and we're out of the winter time, so it's not cold as fuck out there anymore. In fact, we're just getting to the point where it's sort of pleasant out there. I just installed a new air conditioner to keep it nice and keep the air circulated in the summer. So I'm hoping to get some recorded games of both Deadzone and Firefight, because I really enjoyed these games. And I'd be very happy to share them with you. Do they have shoulder pads? Different color shoulder pads? They do have shoulder pads, yeah. And that could work. Either a different color, like probably just the band. I'm thinking maybe the brow band around the helmet and then the top band of the shoulders, because that way you'd be able to see it from any distance. Maybe red. Maybe green? I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to ponder it. I'm going to take my magnetized weapons off. Let's finish building this guy. I started to put the side panels on, then I realized I wanted to finish doing the suspension. Rank is determined by how many Lean Six Sigma seminar lanyards you wore around you. Oh no. Oh, I wish I didn't know what Six Sigma was. Mostly because our favorite SCA and Wargame ruining assholes worship other... Oh, I follow Amish and good point. Yeah, maybe no armbands. Yeah, that's... They kind of ruined that one. Larger and larger top hats. I could just put more helmets. The higher your rank, the more helmets you have stacked on top of your helmet. That makes a certain sort of sense. So for right now, I'm thinking the brow band on the helmet, and then the bands across each of the shoulders in a color. That's not a bad idea. Maybe white. Maybe I do white for the recruits, because that helps them stand out. And then the Marines are just the standard blue. Does that work? Does it make more sense that you're marked out for being new, or does it make more sense that you achieve a marking for not dying? I guess either one can really work. How you doing, Vergaderung? It's good to see you, man. Let me get my plastic glue and let's get to work here. Some gloves so I don't glue myself together at any point. I'll be using mostly plastic glue, some super glue because there are some metal parts for some of the specialists. The white shields of Mantic. Ooh, yeah, I hadn't thought about that. I didn't pick the wrong day to quit sniffing glue. I never quit sniffing glue. It's my secret, cat. I always sniff the glue. A little bit of cleanup. Most of these parts actually haven't required much by way of cleanup, but I'm going to clean up and attach these suspension pieces before I move forward here. Rank is determined by how much jalapeno cheese spread is stored in your rucksack. Issued like Ketracel White, so they've got like the commander has a specially like voice and DNA locked container of jalapeno cheese spread, and when they've completed a mission, he opens it up and distributes it. That's what keeps them loyal. Makes sense to me. Cheese pack a day keeps the pooping away. Lots of little fiddly pieces for this front suspension for whatever reason. Lighthouse miniature statue about the right size for battle tag. Bottom of the statue said it's based on a real-life lighthouse at Gayhead, Martha's Vineyard, Massachusetts. No, I believe it. I absolutely believe it. I mean, don't get me wrong, I do want to giggle at it, but I very much believe it. In the most juvenile of ways. Never a hateful way, purely juvenile. What's wrong, Time Stop? How you doing, man? I mean, it sounds like you're doing bad, but I don't like that. Yeah, I'll accept your apology, Roland. Don't do it again. Probably doesn't bode well for my self-marketing that when someone calls me an influencer, I just get depressed. Like, oh, you really shouldn't listen to me all that much. I'm mostly full of shit. Canned green chilies. That's the business, isn't it? This is one of my favorite things of living close enough to the Southwest that once a year all the green chilies come in, and then suddenly there's stands popping up on the side of the road where people are like fresh roasting them and selling them by weight, and oh my god, always stop and get just as many green chilies as I can possibly justify, fresh roasted. Peeling them isn't exactly fun, but they are delicious. That's not going to help my ego, sincerely. That's not going to help it at all. We're treading on dangerous ground. But I appreciate your perspective regardless. Honestly, my opinion, you shouldn't be listening to any of us that much. Like, I always think about, like, you see the people online, and I understand it sounds like, you know, somebody sounds authoritative, like they know what they're talking about, but here's the trouble. They could just be someone like me, who is essentially a hipster asshole who hates things because they're popular, and I fully admit that. My opinions are at best half-baked. They just sound good because I say them with great force. Okay, fair enough. You know what, Roland? I'll take that. If I have to influence someone to do something, if I influence you to pick up a paintbrush and paint a model, or to get into a game that you before had been doubting, or to otherwise engage your creative muscle where you had been leaving it to atrophy previously, I'll accept it. Because that is good. That is a good that I can do in the world. That is a good that I can do for you. And if I have to accept a title that I loathe in order to get it done, I will make that sacrifice. I'm just going over all the pieces before I start gluing here. I've already done some of these, but a few of them I missed mold lines on. I do have to say, the Mantic styrene kits, they're not always the nicest I've ever seen in the world. Some of them are a little bit older from their first Kickstarter, but their newer ones are quite nice. And even on the ones that aren't, like, that don't have the deepest of detail in them, their mold lines are not bad. I haven't had to do that much cleanup on anything. And you know, I do that to Square, I know I've said it before, I'll say it again. I post my stuff online a lot. And more often than not, when I post my painting online, you know the feedback that I get? I go online and I'm like, I would like to get some feedback. And you know what feedback I get? None. None at all. It's like, I can't even get, you suck, stop painting models, break your brushes, you talentless asshole. I think I would prefer that to what I generally get, which is fucking crickets. Whether you get, like, noticed on a platform like Reddit or Instagram or whatever seems to be almost entirely random, particularly on something like Reddit, where I've had posts where it's like I posted something, not on purpose, but at almost the exact same time as someone who posted, like, the same model, and just being totally objective, I'm like, mine is at least as well painted, maybe with some better photography. And I always find those curious, because I'm like, well, let's see what happens. And somebody will get like 1,000 updates and a bunch of comments, and I get nothing. I don't even get comments. Like, I don't even get downvoted. I just, like, nothing happens. I get like 5 upvotes, and then And I'm like, call me an asshole. Like, do something. Just look at what I did, you son of a bitch. And it's incredibly frustrating. I think I remember somebody writing a post on Reddit about, like, oh, I don't want to post because, you know, people might say bad things. And someone was like, what's the worst that somebody could really do? You know, say that you're a bad painter and you take that as motivation to get over it. And I'm thinking to myself, no. The worst thing, and the far more likely thing, is literally nothing will happen. So, I feel like it's literally the least I can do to look at your work and give you an opinion on it. Whether that opinion is worth anything or not, I want to do that for you. Because it's fucking hard out there, man. It is really hard to not even just get noticed. It's hard to even get people to look at what you're doing. Claude, welcome in. Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well in Argentina, was it? It's not always the type of models, Trotsky. I've posted... Now, you definitely get noticed if you post the meme of the month, the latest popular release, but I hate that shit, too. Like, ugh. And if I'm being honest, I don't want to get followers. I don't want to get noticed. I never want to choose what I'm painting or how I'm painting it from the perspective of this is a popular thing that will get me noticed. And don't get me wrong, I understand the urge to do that, particularly as someone who engages with social media and tries to have a following and has a community and blah, blah, blah. Like, the temptation is there, because you're like, I want that interaction. I want that engagement. I don't let myself do it. I don't let myself do it, because it's wrong. It's not why I'm doing this. That's not why I'm doing this. I bring you what I want to work on independent of that hive mind influence as best I'm able. I like to think that has value. It certainly, it has value to me. Whether it has value to you or not, I'm able to sleep at night knowing that I'm not a fucking shill. That's understandable, sewer creature. I'm glad that you share it with us then, in that case. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough, X-Zero. So, like I said, that's why the Storm Report exists. I can't promise you anything more than I will look at it, and I will give my opinion. Whether that opinion is valuable to you or not, I leave to you to determine. Alright, let's glue some pieces here. Now, these suspensions are like 3-piece suspensions for whatever reason. That piece goes like so. At least all these vehicle kits are all in styrene, which is real nice. So I can use plastic glue on them, which gives you some good leeway in how you put everything together. Thankfully, all the pieces really only go together the one way. Oh, yes, Claude. You can always hit !STL to get a readout of what's on my printer at any given time. My ancestors are smiling upon me, influencer. Can you say the same? Soon I shall drink ale from curved horns. Hey, Deadzone, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. I'm pretty happy, by the way, with how this Strider ultimately came out. I did this guy in speed paints. I think I might come back and use an airbrush to do a little bit of like a yellow glow on these little turbines. And I wasn't totally sure that I would love the Strider when I left the cage off of it and just left the guy exposed. But I think that this looks great. Shiny Mew paints, good to see you, man. How you doing? I actually really like it without any canopy covering on the guy whatsoever, and I'm going to do the rest of them like this. I do have a little bit of a complaint in that the standard arrangement for the Strider has the burst laser, but they only include the Polaris cannon and the flamethrower chainsaw combo in the kit. And I don't really want to place an order just for a burst laser, but I do want one. I might 3D sculpt up a burst laser of my own design to put on this guy's hands. Yeah, I forgot it wrong, but I also painted this in like 40 minutes. Like, this was bang, bang, boom, we're out of there. And if I want to add some fire in later, I may just. You might have a spare, because I do want a burst laser, but I don't want to place a whole order just for the burst laser, you know what I mean? There we go. It is something like a Jeep, Roland. It's their little, like, infantry fighting vehicle. Like a warthog. Damn it, Roland, I told you to stop making up animals. Oh, congratulations, Shiny Mew. That's a big milestone. We just celebrated 15 years. Which kind of blew my mind a little bit. It is amazing how time really gets going. It's just a symptom of getting old. Warming up to the Halo series. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, I'm never gonna fault you for enjoying what you enjoy, Roland. I don't really care. You know what? I say that like that's like some big thing. Like, if you don't like Halo, if you like Halo, you can't be a friend of mine. I don't give a shit. Like, I thought about that for a second, and I was like, you know, if I'm being completely honest, I don't care about the Halo series at all. Like, I just don't care. I don't really feel good or bad or anything at all about it. Paint them a neutral color, you can use it for GCPS, Plague, and Marauders. I guess you could. But I like to have the dude, like, sitting in the cockpit. And I always do my armies on individual I'm like the ideal wargamer customer, because I want to have a different model for every faction, even if it's the same model. Oh, awesome! Awesome, Shiny Mew. I'm looking forward to seeing that. I feel like, sincerely, I feel like the Halo series, from what I've seen of it, is almost designed for people who weren't a fan of the games. Because it doesn't seem to have fuck all to do with anything that happened in the games themselves. I missed a mold line here, and I want to get it before I keep going. It's a minor one, but it is one. Like, I could be wrong, but it just seems like it's for people who know what Halo looks like, but don't really know, or not necessarily know, but don't really care about the particulars, which I'm not going to fault somebody for not caring about the particulars of Halo, because it's not like I'm a Halo fanboy, or ever have been. I've always been pretty ambivalent about the Halo universe. I played all the games, don't get me wrong, it's just like, I didn't care much. Never played the game. Well, that's kind of amazing. I feel like everybody's played one of those. I'll tell you what I watched last night. I watched an episode of Severance on Apple TV. Just one, because everybody's like, Severance is amazing. Severance is the greatest show that's ever been a show. I knew literally nothing about it. I didn't even realize that Adam Scott was in it. I was just on Apple TV, and I saw it, and I was like, oh, Severance. People have said good things about that. I knew nothing about the plot, nothing about the aesthetics of it, just nothing. I was like, let's watch this. That is a compelling show. That is a damn compelling and interesting show that I am absolutely going to be watching more of. Here's hoping it doesn't fall the fuck apart, because the reason that I wound up watching it, unfortunately, you guys know that I have sung the praises of a Sky TV and then Amazon and then Epic's show called Britannia. I'm going to hold this here because it doesn't quite want to dry fit. I don't like Britannia Season 3. I was so excited for Britannia Season 3. Oh, and I can show you, by the way. This is what's on the printer right now. It's just in black, so you can't really see the details, but these are the top deck plates for a modular terrain set that I have, which if you're curious about how this looks or how this goes together, I encourage you to go check out my Instagram. If you look at the last few terrain pictures, it's of this set. This is actually a new piece for it. Methacrylate. You mean like super glue, like cyanoacrylate, Claude? Like this stuff? I mean, this will stick to nitrile gloves, yeah. I don't think that... What is plastic glue? Is this methacrylate? What is this? Contains xylene. Do not ingest. I don't think this has any impact on nitrile. Non-Xbox guy, every game system back to Commodore 64 home computer, but the Xbox series, you're not missing out, really. Xbox got crazy. You know, I would say every year, but every month, sincerely, I'm gonna call you Lala, how about that? Sincerely is an odd thing to call someone. Every month, it gets easier. Printers are becoming more consumer-friendly by the month. Just give it some time, and in no time there'll be one that you'll be more comfortable operating. These ones, like the one that's printing here, they're a bit more of a hobby than the resin printers, which are more plug and play. But they're getting easier and easier all the time. And all my terrain that I designed for 3D printing is also available as physicals from Steel Warrior Studios. So if you see something of mine that you like and you're like, wow, I would print that, but I don't want to operate a printer, go check out Steel Warrior Studios. You can almost certainly buy for very, very little money. He keeps it nice and cheap over there. Some physical prints of all my stuffs. Alright, now let's put this side panel on. It won't hurt it, but it will stick to it, in the same sense that cyanoacrylate will stick to goddamn near anything. put this door on while I'm at it, since there's no good reason not to. I have enjoyed playing most of the Halo games, though it's been years now. I think the last game I played was... The last game I played wasn't ODST. The last game I played and really enjoyed was Halo ODST. But obviously a number came after that. I think I played Halo Reach. I think I played Halo 4? I think I did. I can't really remember what happened in it. What was the one where they introduced suddenly some new alien race? Was that 4? Like the Eternals or the Forgotten or some other generic crap name like that. I feel like that might have been 4. Put in these little handrails here. I think it was 4? Yeah, that sounds right. Because I remember playing Halo Reach. I remember playing ODST, and I liked ODST, but everybody liked ODST. It was a great game. I remember thinking to myself, wow, you know what's way more fascinating than Master Chief is literally everybody else in this setting. And then they were like, well, you know, more Master Chief. And I was like, yeah, I'm out. Auto Fire, thank you so much for that resub. Can we get a shout out for Auto Fire, pretty please? How you doing tonight? Alright, let's attach our rear suspension pieces, shall we? Romeo Void, good to see you. I am. Thank you so much for saying so. Is that true? I don't remember. I scrubbed my memory of that game, I feel like. I kind of remember Reach, but mostly I just remember the broad beats of Reach, because it's kind of hard not to remember, since it was talked about in so many other games. Oops. Let's fix that. There we go. And, I remember... Honestly, I don't even know that I remember the... I think I remember the plot of Halo 2 and 3. I think I do. I mostly remember the plot of Halo 1, because I played the hell out of that one. I only remember... I remember the plot of ODST insofar as it was like, aliens are invading Earth! Fight them! And, like, the specifics, I don't know. And Halo 2 was the one where he went back to Earth, right? And then he, like, jumped out of a spaceship and just body slammed the planet and survived somehow. I feel like that was the moment when I started to be like, oh, his armor locked up and the gel cushioned the impact. And I'm like, if that's true, I feel like I should be able to survive impacts from anything, but I can clearly take falling damage. Oh no, you're absolutely right. Halo music is the best, and that's why it's so appalling that they used a cover of Phil Collins' In the Air Tonight for the trailer for Halo. They didn't use the music from Halo, which blew my mind. Why won't you just go on the way I want you to? This one piece doesn't quite want to seat right. I guess it's close enough. Let me give it a little extra encouragement. I wish that they'd stop making shows and movies out of video games, just broadly speaking, Trotsky. You know what was good? Halo Wars. Whatever happened to Halo Wars? That game was solid. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, but I feel like, from everything I've heard, Lala, the Sonic movies are, like, fun in spite of themselves. It's like nobody expected them to be good, and the fact that they are, that's like, the exception proves the rule. You familiar with that phrase? Where it's like, all video game movies suck, so when one comes out that's good, you're like, oh my god, but it's a good one. And the fact that you're surprised it's a good one proves that all the other ones are terrible. Like, the most recent Mortal Kombat movie was, like... It wasn't even that bad, but it still managed to suck somehow. Just how unnecessary it was. I think unnecessary is probably one of the best ways to describe most of them. Like, there's the Uncharted movie now, and I'm like, how totally unnecessary. A movie about a video game that's basically already a movie. I don't understand what demand it is that we're filling here. I'm just gonna press fit the wheels in place because I think I'm gonna paint them separately. And I need to do a little bit more work on them. Where Jackie Chan played Chun-Li? What? What? That doesn't sound right to me. Checking my dry fit here. Okay. I enjoyed things about the new Mortal Kombat movie. I didn't enjoy massive parts of it, but the one scene where Kung Lao did the fatality where he throws his hat into the ground and then runs someone through it like a buzzsaw, I was like, okay, that's cool. That's fun. Wildly unnecessary, but, you know, fun. How you doing, Brock and Robin? I did think that Kano was much improved in the latest Mortal Kombat movie, but it's hard not to improve. Admittedly, the old Paul W.S. Anderson movie has some charm. It has some charm that's based mostly on nostalgia. Because when that 90s Mortal Kombat movie came out, we were all a bit like, what the fuck? And it was enjoyable. It might be Street Fighter, yeah. And that was, yeah, because Chun-Li is... Oh, Rocket Robin. Okay, yeah, no, there is a Jackie Chan movie. Now that you say that, I remember that. There is a Jackie Chan movie where Jackie Chan dresses up like Chun-Li and does some of her moves. That does happen. But in the Street Fighter movie... Can anyone tell me what fairly famous and well-known actress now played Chun-Li in that movie? Somewhat overshadowed by Raul Julia and Jean-Claude Van Damme at the time. but people would recognize her now. That was Ming-Na Wen. That's right, Roland. That took me some remembering. I went back and I was watching one of the scenes, and I was like, is that Ming-Na Wen? What the fuck? And yeah, she did play Chun-Li. That's strange. Now, I think the way this is set up, there's this rear door here that you can kind of press fit in so that it swings up and down. I don't know how much I give a shit. Well, I mean, it seats pretty good, I suppose, on its own. Usually for things like this where it's meant to swing up and down, like, I'll just glue it in because I don't care. This one fits pretty snugly. I might go ahead and leave it. I guess I could always glue it later if I change my mind, right? This is a very different me than the guy who was building Warhammer 40k models years ago, back when I used to drill out and build hinges for my Rhino doors so I could open them, even though they're not supposed to open. At a certain point, I just stopped giving any shits at all. But yeah, I figure if I want it to be static later on, I can always add glue. It's easier to add glue than take it away. The face blindness of a mole with dementia. Jean-Claude Van Drunk. That movie has a lot to love. It really does. It's... I don't want to say it's better than most people give it credit for, because it's not. It's a terrible movie. But it has things to love in it, like Raul Julia's performance. Like the moment that there's a truck full of explosives rolling at the tent full of bad guys, and they see it on, like, a CCTV monitor, and the guy playing Zangief goes, "Quick! Change the channel!" I don't know why I laugh at that every single time, but I do. The official Hollander mini looks derpy and stupid. Happy Heretic, I feel like most Hollanders look kind of derpy and stupid. It's an awkward design. But, in fairness, the official minis for a lot of Battletech look pretty derpy and stupid. But yeah, Ming-Na Wen, who plays... What the fuck is her name in Star Wars? Kix McGee? More compelling than the main character. What's her name? They ported her over into the Bad Batch. She moved from live action to animation, which is weird. Fennec Shand. No wonder I didn't remember it. Star Wars names are so fucking stupid. Fennec Shand. Okay. Alright, then this little thing can swing down, and you got little steps where people can unload from the back of our combat pickup truck. That works. So here's the GCPS mule all done up. And I got my magnetized weapons that go right on top there. This is just like a little small APC with a gun on it. You can transport, I think, 6 models in it. Lala, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. We don't do building streams all that often, but we'll have a few in the near future since I'm building my Firefight forces. One of the utility trucks from the Stallone Judge Dredd. I gotta be honest with you, Roland, I'd have to go back and rewatch the 1995 Judge Dredd to answer that question, because I don't remember him. Look, hot tub shaped. It could be a hot tub. It's got the little seats in it and everything. Look, I don't have the technical specs for this thing, but, you know, if you felt like filling it with warm water, I'd imagine, or just water, I imagine you could heat it from the engine. I kind of wish that they had some little GCPS dudes that I could put in seated positions back here. I'll give them credit. This is supposed to hold 6 models. I believe this could hold 6 seated models, unlike the Space Marine Rhino. Oh god, not the hot tub stream, not again. It's the Bradley, huh? I think it's probably more reliable than the Bradley. But then, you know, what isn't? got a cool profile to it. Looks aggressive. I like it. The Space Marine Dr. Rhino. Well, that'll hold a lot of dudes, let me tell you what. So there, we got our Battle Force APC together, which my intent for running this on the tabletop is one of these squads I'm building that I'm about to put pieces on is a Ranger Tank Hunter squad. And they've got little anti-tank mines and a thermal rifle. So the idea is I'm going to put them in the back here along with the Ranger Lieutenant. And then run them in close, unload them, and then drop a whole bunch of anti-tank fire off of them. Because every other Battle Force includes a fucking tank except for these poor bastards. Hey, what's up, Unexpected? How you doing today? Sewer Creature, I really, these days, you know, I try not to lay into popular things too aggressively, just because I know, like, there's probably some people in chat right now who enjoyed the Book of Boba Fett, and I don't want to give people the impression that, like, I think you're dumb for liking the Book of Boba Fett. But if you like the Book of Boba Fett, you may be a little dumb. It was a terrible show. It was. Oh god, I couldn't stand it. If you liked the Book of Boba Fett, you probably just got something completely different out of it than I generally do, because I found it nearly unwatchable by the end. The best part of it was the part where it stopped being about Boba Fett entirely and was about Django Babongo, or whatever the fuck his name is, for like 2 whole episodes. Right? It was like character assassination for the character of Boba Fett, Deadzone. Even I liked Boba Fett more before that fucking show came out. It was like, oh, because the whole thing about Boba Fett has always been mystery. He's always been mysterious. He had no character in the original movies. I'll be the first to acknowledge that. He did nothing. He stood around and he looked awesome. That was Boba Fett. So it's always asking the question, you know? It's always, ooh, what adventures might he have gotten up to? Who is this mysterious man? Well, the mystery has been answered, and the answer is he's kind of a boring asshole and an incompetent idiot. Get one and do them up as judges. Ooh, that's a fun idea. The Enforcer guys, you could do that. The red and black would be a good combination. This is why you never meet your heroes. No, but you do milk your heroes. Oh, that's not what I meant. That was meant to be much more clever than it actually sounded. It just sounded kind of gross. Disney does milk your heroes. That doesn't sound better, but it is, I think, more accurate. In the books, he was a badass. I mean, in the books, everybody was more badass than Disney ultimately realized them as. They should have left him alone. You know, I'm just gonna say, a hot take here. Robert Rodriguez is kind of a dumbass who makes super duper corny bullshit, and he always has. And it worked when he was doing super over the top shit back in the 90s, but I think part of the problem with Robert Rodriguez is he's been a one-trick pony his whole fucking life. Like, just over and over and over and over again, he has done the same damn thing. And at this point, I'm kind of over it. You know what? I want to put the thermal rifle on the running guy, because this is the dude that has to run the hell up to people. And he's in kind of like a low-ready running pose. That, or I want it aimed. I don't know. Let me see. They have milky heroes. How you doing, Ogrekin? And it turned out the book series that Boba Fett somehow survived being... Yes, yeah, that was a long, long time ago, Just Lala, that they decided he crawled his way out of the Sarlacc. I like this. Walking forward and aiming. That's the one. Yeah, that was the old expanded universe. That was back in the days of, like, Tales from the Bounty Hunters and shit like that. You know, Disney has done to Star Wars, like, you know, there are multiple ways that we have to look at how Disney has handled Star Wars. On the one hand, they're making money hand over fist. Right? On the one hand... Oh, to Square, thank you for the reminder. It's hard to look at it and go, they made the wrong decision, because their goal is making money, and they are making money. A lot of money. So, you know, okay. Why would they listen to me, then? They probably shouldn't, because I don't have that much money to give them. But... I guess they've kind of forced me to be a bit more objective in my analysis of Star Wars overall. Because if I'm being objective and if I'm being totally honest, Star Wars has far more bad movies than good ones. And it always has. Because, like, if I'm being real honest and I'm being real hard on even the things that I like, okay, Star Wars, The Star Wars, great movie. Space fantasy. Love it. The Empire Strikes Back, phenomenal. Love almost every second of The Empire Strikes Back. It does virtually everything right. Lawrence Kasdan is a dynamo in his making of that film. All the actors are on point. By the end of The Empire Strikes Back, they're making bad choices to sell more. And I'll point one out specifically, and that is Han Solo should have died in The Empire Strikes Back. And I'm not alone in thinking this. Harrison Ford also thought this was true. Han Solo should have died at the end of Empire Strikes Back. They kept him around because he sold merch and because he was a fan favorite. So, we have started making compromises as of the end of Empire Strikes Back. Return of the Jedi kicks off, and what happens? It's like two or three movies jammed into one, all vying for space. Because there's the first movie where all of Han Solo's friends go to rescue Han Solo. And let me tell you, as fun of like a fantasy action sequence as that is, if you really want to break it down, the first part of the Return of the Jedi doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, Han Solo gets rescued, and then he goes to the rebellion, and then they start calling him General Solo, and he's like this huge deal, and he's vital to the rebellion. But if he's vital to the rebellion, why didn't the rebellion go rescue him? Like 5 people break into Jabba's palace and do some big, stupid, convoluted scheme to break him out? Are you telling me they couldn't have sent a single squadron of X-Wings and, like, dropped some bombs outside Jabba's palace and been like, hey, Jabba, we want the smuggler. Give him over or we'll shoot you. And he'd have been like, okay, fine. And he would have handed them over and everything would have, like, that's how it would have gone. But no, we have to have this big adventure sequence. Okay, fine. I guess. A series of poor decisions made in there. We end up with the dance and song sequence in the re-releases that Lucas did, which is like one of the worst damn things. Luke chose to go, Automat. Luke chose to go by himself and also infiltrate Lando. Surprise, surprise, it's Lando in disguise. And also infiltrate Leia, and also infiltrate Chewie, and also infiltrate C-3PO, and also infiltrate R2-D2. Like, that plan sucked. But it was fun. Okay, fine, whatever. Who gives a shit, right? But the cracks are starting to show, is my point. And once that whole part is over, once they have, like, murdered a few hundred people for no reason that I can determine, the gang goes to infiltrate, right? Oh my god, now I'm imagining that, but with, like, Dee and Charlie and Mac and Dennis. Now Ogrekin. We're being honest. That is a requirement of this discussion. We are being honest, aren't we? And it has to do with the politics of the Hutts. That's an excuse. I'm not saying it's invalid. But that's the kind of thing that you come up with because you're like, okay, we want to have an adventure, we want to have everybody there, we want to have everybody rescuing Han, and someone goes, well, why don't the rebels just go shoot him? And they're like, it has to do with the politics of the Hutts, that's why that can't happen. So that's not really a reason, that's a justification. I'll accept it, but it's a justification. An excuse. Thank you. Let me glue this guy's arm on here. I should probably make sure it fits first. It could fit better, but it'll fit fine. So then the other movie starts. The one where Yoda awkwardly dies for no reason. Luke goes back to Dagobah and he's like, I'm ready to continue my training like you said I had to. And Yoda's like, we changed our minds. You fought Vader, you're good, whatever. Go fight him again, you'll be good. Hey, Riot Sister, good to see you.
Hello there.
And then Alec Guinness shows up in just like the most bored performance he has ever given in his life. Where he's like, fine, I'll be the Jedi Master, but I get to sit on a log the whole time, so that's what he does. And they just sort of hand wave Luke's training out of existence because it was inconvenient for the plot that they decided they wanted to have for the second movie that was jammed into that movie. And that's the Ewok adventure, which comes out of fucking nowhere. And it's absolutely clear from that point on that, like, the writers didn't have anything for, like, Han and Leia to do for the rest of the movie. Like, the rest of the movie is about Luke and Vader and the Emperor. And kind of the Rebel Alliance and the Empire by proxy. Because, like, Han, what does Han do? He puts on a coat and he's like, I'm a soldier now. What does Leia do? She puts on a helmet and she's like, I'm also a soldier now. And that's their contribution to the rest of the film. It's... you could say something about her. She was, like, their way into... Oh, by the way, GM Kaylee, thank you so much for the resub. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to miss that. Thank you so much for your support. She was their way to, like, get in with the Ewoks, but again, that's an excuse. Like, you could have done that one of any number of ways, and it would have been perfectly fine. But my point being that the cracks have started to show at this point. Return of the Jedi is kind of a mess. Things don't fit like they did in Empire Strikes Back. So the ultimate premise, not premise, but the ultimate takeaway from this is that Return of the Jedi is not as good a movie as the previous ones. I enjoy Return of the Jedi. I'm not saying it's a bad movie. I am saying it's not my favorite. And if we then look at the prequel movies that Lucas did after that, there are a lot of signs of what was going to happen. The Ewoks, the sort of confused storytelling, the exposition being delivered by bored-seeming actors standing in hallways in front of green screens, like... It was clear what he wanted to do at that point, and then we gave him a bunch of money and he went and he did it, and I feel like we have no one to blame but ourselves. And the prequels are fucking awful. I love the prequels, but they're fucking awful. I love the prequels in spite of themselves. At this point, I love the prequels even more because, like, you know, in retrospect, as compared to the new films, at least they have a story. It may be a poorly communicated, terrible story, but at least they have a story. I cannot fault them on that. Alright, let me cut out some laser carbines here from my boys. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's do this one. Whereas the sequel movies are just like fucking whatever. Just throw everything at the wall. Too many cooks in the kitchen. Writers trying to unwrite the movies that came before the ones that they're writing. Producers meddling constantly. Just problem after problem after problem. this is the one where he's holding it up. I want this for the leader, because he's going to be pointing as leaders should be. In war games, leaders are always pointing. Or looking at something. They're doing something. Yoda's death is my favorite scene from all the movies, and I shan't be moved. And see, Sewer Creature, I don't even want to tell you that, like, it's a bad scene. I think it's a fine scene. But Sewer Creature, if we're being honest, and I want us all to be honest here, can you tell me that that really meshes with the end of Empire Strikes Back? Or does it seem like, while it may be a good scene, it also smacks of, like, we thought of this later? Also, the puppet fucks up in that scene, and Yoda's eyes are just all over the damn place. Main complaint is that the Ewoks beat the Empire, and it's supposed to be based on the Viet Cong, but still, Viet Cong did not fight with bows and arrows. Oh, it's a terrible scene. Could have been done in a doofy 80s montage. WJ, it's a terrible scene. And that was, in the original script, that was supposed to be Wookiees. It was supposed to be a planet of Wookiees. Doesn't that make more sense? It would have been much better. Oh, he isn't Ogrekin. George Lucas is a great... Like, I like to pick out the things that people are good at if I'm going to criticize them for anything. And George Lucas is not an incompetent man. I would argue that George Lucas is a great creative lead. He is an idea man. He's a big picture man. That's what he should always be doing. But we gave him a bunch of money, and he decided that he wanted to make the prequels and do everything himself, and do absolutely everything with CG, and it was ultimately a regrettable outcome. Clipping out some comms pieces from the guys here. Hey, Wombat Combat, good to see you, man. Oh yeah, like I'm saying, WJ, that would have been better. Han and Leia training the Ewoks? Sure, that's already better. It's still dumb, but I guess it's an improvement. It makes more sense than a bunch of supposedly capable soldiers just getting wrecked by what amount to teddy bears, which was horribly embarrassing. I'm gonna pull the backpack off this guy because I want to make him a comm trooper. Didn't I just read that one, WJ. I swear that I did. Yeah, I read that one out loud. Rebels arming Ewoks with blasters. Could have even done the doofy 80s montage. It absolutely would have been better. That's no problem. But, you know, we get as far as the sequels and what Disney's been doing with the movies, and at this point it's clear, like, they don't have any ideas. George Lucas may be a fucking hack, and he may be a child, and he may be a terrible director, and he may write some of the worst dialogue I have ever heard in my entire fucking life. Oh my god, I'm not even gonna pick on I don't like sand. I'm not gonna pick on it. There are so many worse examples. You're just so beautiful. It's only because I'm so in love. No, it's because I'm so in love with you. So love has blinded you? What the fuck? This is absolutely how humans talk. We can't be together. I'm a senator. I don't agree with that premise, Trotsky. And even if that were true, one of those two characters was a fucking senator. No. And even if that were true, that wouldn't make it good writing for a film. I don't want to watch a movie about how teenagers actually talk. Yeah, exactly, Trotsky. Not interested. That's right. Riot's sister did witness me as a teenager. She can attest to that. This little communications pack for my ranger guy that I forgot to put on him. How do you do, fellow teenagers? Yeah, exactly. We should have got Steve Buscemi in there. Oh, Star Wars movie with Steve Buscemi? Actually, I shouldn't make these suggestions, because lately all Disney knows how to do is fucking fan service. They would do it, and it would be terrible somehow. One good thing I'll say, one thing I like from modern Disney Star Wars, at least Pedro Pascal's getting regular fucking work. That dude deserves every bit of it. He's a fantastic actor. I love the guy. How you doing, Wombat Combat? It's good to see you, dude. But yeah, the new movies are just a mess. Just an absolute mess. I'm not even going to rip on Rogue One. I know a lot of people like Rogue One, but I maintain that it is not good. Oh, I completely agree, Roland. Bill Burr, his whole ex-Stormtrooper thing with... What's the name of the actor that he was across from? Do you remember? He's been in a bunch of stuff. He plays a scumbag all the time, and he's great. The guy that he shoots. I need to know that actor's name, and I can never remember it. I love him. He plays a scumbag so well. Picked up a brush for the first time in about a month yesterday. Well, I'm glad to hear that you are back to work on that, Wombat Combat. I'm doing well. Thank you so much for asking. I'm arguing with myself a little bit about how I want to arm this comms guy. I guess he doesn't need to be looking at a panel on his arm necessarily. I want the leader to be pointing, and I only have the one raised rifle. Well, I guess I could do two. I guess I could take one of the rifles from the other sprue. That wouldn't be too bad. Yeah, let's go ahead and have him looking at a panel on his arm. Why the hell not? That seems like something a comms guy would be doing, right? God bless Mantic having so many styrene sprues now. Not the most natural posture. It tends to be natural when you hold a rifle with one arm. You kind of cock it off to the side and you aim the barrel up so that the weight is coming down into your torso. But I'm going to have two of the same arm in the same squad, so I kind of want him to have his at a different angle. So he's going to be holding his awkwardly down to the side. Bulldozer! Hitting that 6 months. Thank you so much for the resub. How you doing, man? There's an arm here that's looking at a little screen. I've used it for a few of the commanders, and I like it. Where is it? There it is. Well, don't stay up on our account, Ogrekin. Get you some sleep, my friend. Never run when you can walk. Never walk when you can stand. Never stand when you can sit. Never sit when you can lay down. Never lay down when you can sleep. Ah, that's not quite right, is it? I was kind of combining two sayings there. But the point is, sleep when you can. Oh god. What have I done? There we go, that's better. Homeboy's gonna be checking his little ARM computer there. What am I printing? Ogrekin, you can always hit !STL to get some info on that. It's one of these pieces here. I've got a bunch of these. These are the top decks for a modular terrain set that I designed. And if you're curious how this fits into the rest of the set, I encourage you to go take a look at my Instagram. The last few pictures of terrain are showing the set off. Hamburg Tack, welcome in. It is good to see you. Ooh, I do need to add one more thing. Let me go ahead and score the backs of these anti-tank mines, because I want to put these on my tank hunters. Anytime you're going to be gluing something using super glue, this is always a good thing to do. Come into the surfaces you're going to be applying glue to, and I usually just cut some kind of rough hatch marks, but just scratches. You're just roughing up the surface so the glue will hold better. Also, always wash your metal and resin pieces. Yeah, that was a bit short notice. I only found out about it like right before it was going on, Ogrekin. But the hope is that we'll have some more locally so I can get my 100 Kingdoms out and come see you guys. I wish I had known that we had more local Conquest players, but that was like when I found out. Hey, Gus Schultz, good to see you. Welcome in, man. How did it go? By the way, the Conquest meetup. Working on building the store's demo set? Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I'll happily provide you guys with some terrain for that as well. I have no problem donating to the store so that you can get more good-looking demos going. I've got some good Conquest-friendly stuff. You know what? Hit me up on Discord, Deadzone. Let's talk. Fantastic, Ogrekin. I'm glad to hear it. You know, it's a good-looking game, so it's one of those, if you can set up a good-looking table, you're inevitably going to get questions, and that's what you want at a demo, you know? These people going, hey, what is that? What are you playing over there? What game is that? These guys are all supposed to have anti-tank mines, so I'm attaching these that look like they're hanging from their belts a bit there. Riot Sister, thank you for the reminder. GCPS packs look sweet on Assault Enforcer. Ooh, that actually makes sense, because they're kind of bigger, bulkier grav packs. The Enforcers have those little, like, jump packs built into their armor. But, yeah, I can see maybe wanting to differentiate them a little bit more with something bulkier, you know? Alright, that seems like that'll hold. Unless it falls off when I set them down, which so far it hasn't. That's good. For whatever reason, I'm more attracted to playing the GCPS Marines than I am the Enforcers. I don't know. Do I poke any more at Vader? Not since those pictures. Yeah, pun expected. But pun expected did give me some great advice for doing OSL on this Vader. I'm gonna come in and work the shadows with some alizarin crimson, because I think you made a good point. We tend to think of OSL as the kind of thing you do with an edge highlight, but it's not. I need to go ahead and work in the shadows that are facing the light source. I'm going to try to get this whole army painted up real quick, fast, and in a hurry. Since I managed to do that whole that whole Deadzone team of GCPS in like one night, I think we should be able to nail like a squad in a session. If I put my mind to it. Sent the store a 2-player starter set and a unit of Steel Legion and one of the drone archers. You know, I've got probably some spires that I wound up with a bunch of extra spires stuff. And I have an extra Theist Priest. So if you guys want a little bit more to add for prize support and stuff, I'd be happy to provide it. Yeah, the Rangers are pretty cool, Deadzone podcast. I'm running a mixture in my Firefight force of Marines, Rangers, and recruits. Just because there's something fun about like a 20-minute or a 20-man unit of bros. I cut one of the power fists off one of my enforcers to make their leader. Yeah, that'll be a good pose. I kind of gave myself a good spread for Firefight, and then I figure as I play more, I'll know how many more GCPS I want to buy and how I want to build them, you know? And that expensive gold paint is no better than the Winsor & Newton stuff, at least on swatch tests. The copper only slightly, but Daniel Smith Silver and Peel Shimmer are very nice. Pearl Shimmer, I'm guessing that is? Yeah, we were talking about the metallics last time. I'd love to see the results. Found some of my enforcers in a box in my basement the other day. There you go. There you go, Ogrekin. We can get together, do some conquest, and play a little Deadzone. How about that? You don't need many enforcers to fill out a Deadzone squad. Did I cut out the wrong arm? I don't think I did. Well, it's styrene, so I can kind of fudge it until it fits. There we go. Praise be to styrene models. And their flexibility. I think Deadzone would win, Chuck. Like, don't get me wrong, I think that the 100 Kingdoms are noble and venerable and very, very respectable warriors whose metal has been tested many times, but these guys have laser carbines, so you know, it's just how it goes. What's up, DFW Dwegham? A ton of Forge Fathers. I like the Forge Fathers a lot. They've got, like, really cool sculpts. Why do I have such big sausage fingers? Ah! Oh, God! Damn it.
Not to worry, we are still flying half a ship.
Need that on a slightly different spot anyway. Epic Kitty 113. More epic than the previous 112. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I hope you're having a good one. There we go. A little bit further up on his hip, I think, is a good move. A little more contact area. I'll let that set for just a second before I put him down. Ham hands. Yeah, I got these big old meat manipulators, as it were. I'm gonna take laser carbines versus that Spire Abomination. You're damn right. You're damn right. Sewer Creature, thank you for the reminder on both counts. Basically a cross between Halo Spartans and 40k Marines. Roughly, that seems about accurate. Because they're genetically enhanced, and there's a whole cool story about the first ones and how they were, like... What was it? Like, they used alien DNA to enhance their eyes, but then the alien DNA attacked their brains and made them go crazy. And so the first test deployment of the Enforcers, and I can thank Deadzone podcast for hooking me up with the lore on this, by the way, but the first deployment, like the test deployment of the Enforcers, they murdered, like, everybody who was there to observe them. And they, like, I think it was like 5 Enforcers killed like 200 troops or something like that. And they were like, okay, so good and bad news. The bad news, they killed everybody. The good news, 5 of them killed everybody. Well, okay, yeah. Yeah, they just murdered everybody there. They went nuts. But, you know, if we can work out that whole psychopathic, senseless murder thing, they'll be great. We just gotta get on that. And within the context of the Mantic Warpath universe, I guess, previously they had been sort of employing Marauders, which are their space orcs, as their enforcers, but they were becoming troublesome. So the Enforcers were like, how can we make a human that's as tough or tougher than a space orc? Which, you know, fundamentally, that's... I was going to say it's the same as it is in 40k, but 40k rips everything off from everybody, so it's fundamentally the same as most Super Soldier stories, you know? Plague Aberration versus Abomination. That's a fun idea. The new Plague models have me thinking a bit about picking up some Plague. They're a neat faction. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna play some Firefight before I actually decide if I want to get another fucking army. Obviously, I'm crazy. I'm not that crazy. But the new Plague models, some of them look really nice. There's still a good portion of the range that's in kind of like a PVC plastic, but at least it's not in metal, I'll tell you that. After getting into Warcaster, I'm all the more thankful to not be painting metal. Yeah, the bad news, they killed everyone. The good news, they killed everyone. For those of you who signed up to be injected with Mantis DNA, well, I've got good and bad news. The bad news is we are indefinitely postponing that program. The good news is we have a much more exciting experiment for you. Fighting an army of Mantis men. Grab a rifle and follow the yellow line. You'll know when the test starts. Good old Cave Johnson. Wasn't it the same for Universal Soldier? You know what, Rockin' Robin? I do not remember the plot of Universal Soldier. I have to be honest, like, I remember the overall plot of Universal Soldier, but I don't remember that many specifics of it. I think the last time I watched Universal Soldier was like 2003. So, you have to give me a break on that one. Does the game have any airdrop-style light infantry type guys? These guys, that's what these are on their back. These are like grav packs. So your GCPS Rangers all have the ability to airdrop, and they all have the ability to make jumps up, over, and on top of buildings. Your basic Marines and your recruits don't have that ability, but these guys all do. The GCPS, the way their force lists are sort of divided up. Wow, I kind of gave this guy a bit of a weird shape. Like, there are troop versions of every level of troop. It's just like you're picking how many points you want to spend per model. Recruits are super cheap, but you can take a bunch of them, obviously. Marines are a little bit more expensive, better stats, access to a little bit more equipment. Veterans, again, slightly better equipment, slightly more expensive. Rangers, a lot more versatile, options for a lot more special squads, smaller squad sizes, and they get the grav packs. And the new commander model they released for GCPS is their Ranger Lieutenant, who specifically boosts other Rangers around him, which I opted for a helmet instead of the bear choice that they gave us, and got like a shotgun and a power fist going on. Universal Soldier was they had some science juice that reanimated dead soldiers. Was that really the story? They made like 4 of those movies, didn't they? I think they were pretty much all terrible. I think I regularly confuse Universal Soldier with Time Cop. I think that's what I do in my head. Rather have a shotgun fist. Oh my god. You're like Gunther Hermann. I could kill people more effectively if I could shoot them just by thinking about it, so please consider my request for a skull gun. I guess I don't need, necessarily, to differentiate the Rangers color-wise, because they have different weapons, they've got more gear and stowage on their armor, and then they have the jump pack, so I probably don't need to give them special colors. I might. I might yet. But I probably don't need to. Let's cover up this weird spot here where I fucked up by putting an anti-tank mine there, huh? It sounds like an idea to me. Yeah, most of my force are dirty, stinking legs, Dwighom. Wasn't there a shotgun fist in Fallout 4? Wasn't that one of the random, like, special unique weapons you could find? It was like a fist with shotgun shells in it. I feel like I remember that. Or was that from something else? Hold this for a little bit here until this actually starts to set a bit. With mind bullets. That's telekinesis, Kyle. That was in Fallout New Vegas, man. All the best shit was in Fallout New Vegas. Fallout New Vegas is still, I think, my favorite Fallout game. And I played Fallout 1 and 2 when they were new. New Vegas is like the pinnacle of that brand of writing. For those of you who might not be aware, though most of you probably are, super glue does cure better with moisture. So I'll tend to breathe on it real awkwardly. Like this. Just to add a bit of that moisture and help it cure quicker. I was Shock. I started playing very young. Now, admittedly, okay, I probably played Fallout 1 technically after I played Fallout 2. I played Fallout 2 when it was new, and then afterwards I went back and I played Fallout 1. But there wasn't that much of a difference, because I was like... Well, how long was it before Fallout 2 released? I'm gonna have to go back and check those dates. I'm pretty sure I played Fallout 1 after I played Fallout 2. But there wasn't that much of a difference between them. And I remember because I played Fallout 2, and, you know, that's the one where you start off in the vault that has had the tribe living in it in Arroyo. And then I went back and played Fallout 1, and I was like, oh, you're the guy. You're the Wanderer from when that vault wasn't a tribal faction yet. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Oh, then fuck no. I was like, what was I? I was like 14. I was like, I was gonna say I didn't think it came out that early. When you said weren't you like 6, I'm like, did it come out that, like, did I miss a big chunk of years there? I was doubting myself. But no, I was like fucking 13 when that happened. Well, I guess not. I guess I was like 11, 12, more accurately. Oh shit, you know what else was great at that point was, do you guys remember, Arcanum of Steamworks and Magic Obscura? That was a great game. I guess I should do one lefty, just to represent everybody, right? You can get an updated copy of Arcanum from Good Old Games, I want to say, that runs just fine, even on Windows 10, which is awesome. In total honesty, because we're being honest. We're being honest today, aren't we? We decided that. I'd like to be honest all the time. I don't think I ever beat Arcanum. 98, you were making collages. That's amazing. That's amazing, Desert Owl. I always knew you were a talented artist. I remember back when games were releasing with that antiquated form of pseudo-DRM, where there would be codes in the manual, and at a certain point the game would ask you for codes. They did that with, like the old, I remember X-Wing had it. The one that I always remember was Quest for Glory 4, Shadows of Darkness. Because I remember when that came out, and you get to the part where you have to go into the scientist's lab, and he asks you for pizza recipes. Or no, he asks you for alchemical potion recipes, and I say pizza because one of the fundamental elemental ingredients of his potions was pizza.
Do you like sexy battle mechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things.
Some.
And more.
And more. Go ahead and attach the mine before we do the arms this time. You know, that's it used to be how they made sure that you actually owned the game. You had paid for the game, I think more accurately. I think Quest for Glory 4 was the first place that I encountered that, because I don't think Quest for Glory 3 had one of those. Quest for Glory 3, Wages of War. I'll tell you, there's a series of games I could do with a remake. I would play. Now I know they did a modern, more updated redux of Quest for Glory 1, so you want to be a hero. But I could stand to see that whole game get that whole series get properly rebooted. Nothing to hobby with. Oh God, Ogrekin, what happened? Did you hobby all the things? That's terrible. By the way, how you doing, Suicide Prenny? It's good to see you. Just finished all the models you bought to build. Oh, that's terrible. That's a problem that no tabletop gamer should ever face. You have my sympathies. Oh, I just did the wrong... I forgot I was doing a lefty and I did the wrong arm first. Shit. Okay. I have not seen Quest for Infamy. Is that like a spiritual successor type deal? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, everybody quick, stop talking shit about Dr. Rhino. I know, it was just getting good. It was getting juicy. We'll go back to it once he leaves. I mean, hey, it's Dr. Rhino, everybody. Thank you for the raid, man. Toy Studios, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. How are we doing today, folks? Rhino, how was your stream, man? I did not get a chance to stop in earlier. I've been kind of out for most of the day. I hope you had a good one. What were you working on? I know what you were working on. I know what you were working on. I don't have to ask. You were oiling up leather-clad, hedonistic Roman zombie men, weren't you? I know you were. You don't have to lie. Oh, damn, dropping a gift sub already. Toy Studios, thank you so much. That wasn't a follow. Oh my god. You followed and you subscribed and then you gift subbed. Holy hell. You know what it was? I was too staggered. I was too staggered by the sheer generosity of it to really recognize what was going on. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the gift sub. Oh, you'll get there, Dr. Rhino. Don't worry, your ego will kick in any minute. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. And another one. Holy hell, Toy Studios, thank you for all of your support. I really do appreciate it. Ogrekin, thank you for the Prime sub as well. I really do appreciate everybody's support on the stream. Yes, DFW Dwegham. These are the RimWorld colony bases. Which you can see some painted versions of them, like here, on my Strider. Ravens Hobbies, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Well, let me answer those for you. First of all, Dr. Rhino. No. If he didn't want to be there, he wouldn't have been there. And I'm fairly certain he had fun just because you're a fun guy to talk to. And I don't mean a mushroom. Yes, Ogrekin. So they're not out yet, but I have completely done the set. I've completely pre-supported them. I have this style of base, and this is the most comprehensive base styles I've done. As far as the sheer number of types, I have 25mm I have them in both beveled and lipped style. So like the lipped style that you do with games like from Privateer Press. So there's 25mm beveled, 30mm lipped, 32mm beveled, 40mm beveled, 40mm lipped, 50mm beveled, 50mm lipped, 55mm beveled, 60mm beveled, 60mm lipped, 65mm, but you can see where I'm going with this. It goes up to 80 in both cases, and then I also did ovals and pills. So basically everything up to, but not quite including, your 120mm night size. Actually, no, I did 120mm oval, but not round. No 120mm rounds. That's, I stopped short of that. Oh, then you're out. Then Cephalopod Studios is like, fucking done. You wasted your time, Thunderhead. No 200mm? No, we did the 500mm for some reason, though. I don't know why I did that. It just sort of happened. In all honesty, the environment that I made that I cut pieces out of is not 200mm large. Like, I had to stop at a point, and I was like, okay, I need to make a bigger environment next time. You could use it as a dinner plate. There you go. Yeah, this is the 60 on my Strider here, and then you can see a couple painted examples on my GCPS Marines that I've got here of your 25mm. And each and every one of them comes with two versions. It comes with just a solid base, and it also comes with these bases that have built-in recesses for you to glue in flat washers, and include the size of the washers that you want to go in there. I do this to all of my models. It's fucking amazing. It drops the center of gravity down. It makes them sit really, really nicely. And because of the way that I do my magnetic painting handle, it also lets you just stick things right onto your painting handle just like that. Oh, of course I did that, Dwegom. Of course I did that. That's awesome, Ogrekin. Yeah, so our guy who's casting our Conquest bases just got his Psyocast machine in the other day and is training on it today and tomorrow. So we're really hoping we're going to have some Psyocast stuff available here pretty soon, not just STLs. Alright, what the fuck am I doing? I made all my Rangers, now I need to make some basic Marines. So let's do that. I need at least 15 recruits. So, arm set A. I do appreciate that on these sprues they indicate which arm goes with which gun. So there's A. B. Itchy. I'm doing quite well, Merlin Models. How are you doing today? And Rhino, I hope you had fun. You're sitting here worried like,
but did he have fun? Was I good enough?
Did you have fun? This is the one question you're not asking. And I demand an answer. I did see that, Merlin, and thank you very, very much. So I was looking... I said this in the Discord earlier, too. I was looking at this guy online because I was curious about, who else had painted him, and I couldn't find almost any other painted examples. And... I was curious because I'm like, I know that there were only a limited number made, and I know that they got really expensive for a while. And I was like, okay, so... I remember them selling for $500, and I was curious if any more are for sale, if you can even get these anymore. I found this model on eBay for $1,500. Now, is it going to sell for $1,500? I don't know, but somebody felt like it was worth putting it up for $1,500. And I did find one that had sold for $1,000, which is fucking appalling. $1,500! So if you would like to paint this model that I've been slapping paint on haphazardly, go, do that for $1,500 fucking dollars. Oh, I don't think so, Dweghom. I want it blue. I want it very distinctly blue because we're not done adding colors yet. Green is also coming in here, and that's going to change the way that it looks. Bread director. I do love a good bread director. I like a good bread director like I like a good dance commander. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. He's far from done at this point. We're I'm going to say 60%. C. Here's C. Now I need to make a leader for my recruits, and the leader for the recruits, for whatever reason, has a laser pistol and a power fist, which is called something else, but, you know, it's a power fist. I've got a power fist in mind. Let me cut out D. There's D. I should have asked Rhino. He always knows where the D's at. Oh, damn it, Cookie Mama. Just because I do a stupid thing doesn't mean you have to clip the stupid thing. Shit, WJ, get after it, bro. Get your pump on. TC Gentry, your lurk is always appreciated, my friend. There's D. Alright, now let's grab a laser pistol arm. And that's a left arm. Sorry, that's a right arm, so we're gonna need a left arm that we can do the power fist thing with. You have a pointy arm. This might work. Let's try it out. Now the power fist goes all the way up to the elbow, so we got to do a little surgery here. Yeah, we live like 30, 40 minutes away or some shit like that. And hopefully we'll be getting some games of Conquest and maybe a little bit of Deadzone, maybe a little bit of Firefight, who knows, in the near future. Blank Walker, welcome in. Would I agree with the assessment that I have good commentary, good painting, and a huge variety of talent from the... Okay, I'll agree with the last part. Huge variety of talent from the community. You're not going to get me to blow myself in public. Not again. I'm still on probation for the last time. Alright, kind of arbitrarily picking a spot at his elbow to chop this here. I guess I want to do it at an angle like this. Cut right through. Now, if I'm going to glue Power Fist on here, do it like so, it won't look too awkward. Alright, so I'm going to set these pieces aside for a moment. We're going to try to build our little commander here into a pose I don't hate. Oh, it's funny how that works out, isn't it? Small world. It's a small world. I mean, you know, you're into tabletop gaming and you live in, like, what, Wales, right, Merlin? So you must personally know Henry Cavill. I mean, obviously. The Officer's Hellboy Jr. got that left-handed Doom kicking, yeah. Hell baby. How do you go lower than boy? It has to be Hell baby, Hell child. I know people who have met. I was kidding. You're not supposed to respond yes. Get the fuck out of here. Hell Toddler. I'd watch that movie. I would watch that movie. I would want Brad Dourif to do the voice of the Hell Toddler, though. Let me cut out some torsos. Hell Toddler is just... I guess that is kind of redundant, isn't it? What do you mean, was? Is that like the Mitch Hedberg was? You know, like, I used to do drugs. I still do. But I used to, too. You made a Blackadder reference and I missed it? Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, yeah. Hell gleam in the milkman's eye. You know, for my money, and please, if you'd like to argue with me, I invite it. I truly do. I feel like everybody in the States remembers Rowan Atkinson for Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean is like the unfunniest thing that Rowan Atkinson ever did. Mr. Bean was weak as fuck compared to Blackadder. Blackadder's amazing. And Mr. Bean is like weird and kind of off-putting. And maybe it would be funnier like if I didn't know what Rowan Atkinson was capable of. Weak but linguistically accessible. I mean, yeah, that makes sense because he doesn't fucking say anything. So I guess that's true. It was certainly more digestible. I guess. Oof. Well, that first season of Blackadder, the first series of Blackadder, Dweghom, was a little strange compared to the rest of it. You can definitely tell that they changed their mind, even on the character of Blackadder. Because in the first series, he's like this bumbling moron. This utter buffoon who's always getting into weird circumstances and then being a big idiot. And I guess that's still technically true as you move through the series, but he becomes, as of even the second series, he becomes more conniving and clever, and, you know, ultimately a buffoon because his schemes generally fail or land him in trouble or end up worse than it would have been if he had done nothing at all. But he himself is smarter, and the character is portrayed very differently. And then the show ends really, really dark. The ending of Blackadder always gets me. I guess that's probably true, Shock. Maybe I like Blackadder so much because I was a huge fan of I don't want to say I'm a huge fan of British history. That's a weird thing to say. Kind of pretentious. But because I was more of a fan of European history in general. Alright, time to glue down some torsos. Just gotta make sure I don't glue the knife torso to the knife legs. I did that on my first group and I felt stupid. Now I have a sergeant who just really, really likes knives. He has one on his belly and he has one on his leg. Stop making these suggestions, Wombat Combat. Spaced and Red Dwarf. Yeah, I love Spaced. I feel Spaced so much. Every time I go back and watch it, and it opens with that rant of Simon Pegg, when he's just staring right into the camera, and he's going off about how Star Wars used to be so much better, how it meant something, how it was a tale of heroes, and now you get fucking Jar Jar Binks, and Jar Jar Binks makes the Ewoks look like fucking Shaft, and this is all your fault for perpetuating this. And then the camera reverses, and it's like a 10-year-old kid that he's just yelling at. Yeah, I feel that so much. Jar Jar Binks makes the Ewoks look like fucking Shaft. Spaced is wonderful, and all the references to Simon Bisley in that are fantastic. They use all his art for the art that the main character supposedly draws. Dr. Rhino, thank you so much for the raid. Thanks for bringing your people in. I hope you had a fantastic stream, my dude. Get some rest, and yeah, we'll chat later. The scene from, oh yeah, Are You Being Served? DFW Dwegom, Are You Being Served is a great show. The scene in Space that always gets me, though, is when Daisy is looking for work. And, I mean, you know, that's the plot of a number of episodes. But there's the one where she ends up going through a few different jobs, and there's one shot where she's working at, like, I think they show it twice. She talks about why she got fired, and then she does it again at the end of the episode. Someone comes up to her, and they're like, oh, excuse me. She's, like, at a bookstore. Like, excuse me, can you help me find? And she just goes, fuck you. Just right to the customer, just fuck you. Like, oh, that's wonderful. Sure, every unit has that one guy that really likes knives. Yeah, he's got the Bud K subscription, you know? Oh, that's wonderful, Merlin. Oh, that's fantastic. I love that. It just gave me a warm fuzzy. Also, I have watched, I don't know how much British television. A lot. I like British TV a lot. I've watched a lot of British shows. I'm a huge fan of Mitchell and Webb. I'm a big fan of Rowan Atkinson. There are a number of British comedy groups that I have been a huge fan of over the years. And I've heard the phrase countless times and have never looked it up. What the fuck is a Jaffa Cake? Can you help me with that? I could find this out online by just typing in the phrase. I'm sure it would be immediately available, but I have no idea what the hell a Jaffa Cake is. They refer to it in literally everything. Absolutely fabulous. Fuck yeah, I love AbFab. My wife is a bigger fan of AbFab than I am, but I've watched a good amount of it. We're gonna find out what kind of fisto arm we can make here. Which, oh, I just realized my mistake. I can't put that on a left arm. It has to be a right arm. I have to go back to the drawing board here. Has to be a right arm, but it looks like there's no left arm holding a pistol. Okay, what can I do? There is something I can do here. A left arm pointing. I could turn a left arm pointing potentially into a pistol hand. I could also just put a pistol on his leg. Have his left arm pointing and his right arm have the power fist. That's probably the best option because that's going to avoid me clipping thumbs and hands and making some horrible abomination. I just realized that the thumb on the power fist is on the wrong side because it's the power fist from the right arm of an enforcer. Like a small sponge cake the size of a cupcake with jelly jam orange layer wrapped in a layer of chocolate. Small round sponge. Disc of orange jelly on top, covered with a layer of dark chalk. That's a Jaffa cake. Okay. Or as Dweghom insists, Jaffa Cree. Why are Kinder Eggs... Well, Kinder Eggs have, like, toys in them, don't they? What about Papadons? You know, I could give you a list of British snack foods that they're probably not exciting, but some part of me wants to try them out. And I haven't been there for like 20 years, so... Rio, welcome in. How you doing? Yeah, he's gonna be pointing. Have the power fist on the other arm. And then just have a pistol on the leg. That's gonna be how it has to go. And I'll use the pistol hand I've already cut off for the power fistulation. The Fist of Fury. That piece is unfortunately wasted, but that's okay. I wasn't going to use it for anything else anyway. Chop! God knows where that pistol went. It is lost to the ages. British ones contain toys. Okay. I did discover the magic of Branston Pickle in England. Strangest name, most amazing chutney, just ever. Absolutely fell in love with Branston Pickle as part of like a good Plowman's, you know? Ooh, shit. Oh, no! Hold on. I think it's on my pants. I think it's on my pants. I'm gonna be very careful. It is. Hey, I retrieved it! It's like super extra big. Oh, fuck, stop dropping it. It's the gloves. It's the gloves that are doing it to me. It's like a giant power fist. If I maybe moved it back on the elbow some, that might be okay. Just take a little bit of length off of it. Well, I guess his fingers don't necessarily have to be in the fingers of the fist, but it generally is. It generally is. Gus Schultz, thank you so much for the resub. Thank you. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for being here, dude. How's your projects going, Gus? Yeah, I'm gonna chop it back a little bit further. Just to take some of the length off of his pumping mechanical fist. Logically, it could go over his elbow, so there's nothing wrong with that. So it's a big, dag nasty piece of hardware, after all. Better. Not perfect, but significantly better. Okay. Let's put our pointing arm on, and let's choose... Probably stepping into the point? No, I don't like that so much. Kind of like to counterbalance it, so I feel like that's going to look better. Still waiting for the 3D printed heads. 5 weeks now, but working on the Black Marauder tonight. Awesome. I cannot wait to see what you do with the Black Marauder. It's such a bizarre concept. I didn't take the mold lines off this arm, but that's okay. If I wait for the glue to set, I can do it afterwards. This is a decent combo. He's pointing, and then he's got a power fist on the other hand, so he's like, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I wonder where my fist will go. Ah. The gloves both help protect my skin and impugn upon my manual dexterity. Yeah, that's a good pose. I like that. Right? Dwegham, as always, thank you for being here, dude. I hope you have a fantastic evening. Now let's clip a las pistol out and put that on his leg. I always think more about this placement than I probably should. You got a las pistol, you got a laser pistol on your leg, you're wielding it with your left hand. Logically, you would think you'd put it on your right, because for the cross draw. But I guess you could do more like a, if I'm putting it down on his thigh, it could be more like a gunslinger draw, you know? As opposed to the cross draw, which would be higher on the hip. Hardy, these are for Mantix games, Deadzone and Firefight. There's also the chest rig. Yeah, that's actually how I've got my lieutenant. Of course, with the way the pistol is on the lieutenant, it looks like he would draw the pistol with his power fist, which that's probably not recommended. You're like, I'm gonna get you with my pistol, crunk! Oh, no. Oh, what have I done? That cost more than I'm gonna make in 10 years. Or small of the back. Yeah, but you don't see that as much. He would, like, reach back and kind of draw like that. Given how oversized everything is, I'm thinking I'm just going to mount it low. Like, if it were a realistically sized pistol, it would be like a quarter of this size. But as it is, you need a lot of space, and I feel like it's kind of crowded on the other side. His pistol, that's the size of his whole leg. I guess maybe I could do the small of the back. Doesn't really matter. It's not bad, actually. And that way the grip is sort of sticking out around his hip. He's a huge pistol. I mean, you know, guns in 28mm scale are always oversized, but this one is particularly massive. Let me remove some flash, and then I'll decide. I would like to note that this right here, I've railed against multi-pose models in the past. This is part of my thesis against multi-pose models, is that I'm going to sit here and I'm going to think about, that's what he has, Ogrekin. He has a pistol and a fist. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to agonize over where does the pistol go on the model to look the best. And literally no one is ever even going to notice. Like, I will be the last human being to ever look at the pistol and give a shit about where it is or how realistic the draw looks like it might be. No one will ever look at it and think that. And again, that is part of my thesis against the multi-pose model, is it may be kind of fun to build and think about, but it is like the most meaningless thing you could possibly engage in or spend your time on. I agree, WYSIWYG. I just called you Wizzywig, Ogrekin. Oh my god, what's wrong with my brain? I agree, Ogrekin. Wizzywig is... I mean, like, if it's baked into the model, it's fine, but... I used to be a big believer in hyper-customized Wizzywig. I did. Not as much anymore. And I shall call him Wizzywig. Go with a little rear mount here. I just like the idea of the pistol grip kind of sticking out from behind his back. I think that's going to be the best look. Like right there. Even though his pistol is more like the size of a fucking carbine, it doesn't matter.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
Glorb
it's
that
not like
glue
we're
on
trying
anywhere.
to get inside the lines or anything.
Anywhere I care to. His pistol's the size of his torso. Don't question the scale. Hey, Lady B. How you been? It's good to see you.
Warning. Fingertips covered in superglue are not approved safety gear for handling razor blades.
And yet they're all we've got sometimes. Alright, now to do the rest of these guys. Let's not ask too many questions, Rio. That waylay madness. Fee, fi, fo, fum. I'ma shove this up your bum. I feel like that's a bit more on the nose. Or maybe you had a more subtle rhyme in mind. I don't know. What the fuck? There is no exclamation point farts, Lady B miniature. Look, we've got new people in chat today. I won't... Okay. There has never been an exclamation point farts command. Lady B Miniatures is for whatever reason attempting to besmirch our good name and the level of maturity that is generally on display here at Thunderhead Studio. Oh, you did? Oh, I missed it. Sorry. I see it now. That's not what was in 50 Shades 4 either, Hamburg. 50 Shades 4 was quarantined for very good reasons, and none of those reasons was a fart fetish. Not on my part, not on Chaotic Harmony's part. Nor on Chaotic Harmony's fart. Jokes. Sometimes. Oh no. Oh god. There has never been... You know what? No. There has never been a 50 Shades 4. I don't know what you're talking about. It goes right to 5 for some reason. It is a mystery that will never be solved. It goes 1, 2, 3, 5. Oh, I'm excited, Merlin. I realize this isn't the most riveting content. I'm sitting here scraping little bits of plastic molding and gluing stuff, but this is what needs doing. We're going to be painting these guys over the next week or so. I'm pretty sure it's chapter 4, isn't it? Try playing 3. Am I misremembering my own stupidity? Maybe it is 3. Look, I can't be expected to remember every little thing or even most big things. I feel like that command should be working. Oh no, it is 3. Okay. It is in fact 3 that has been expunged from the records. You guys have seen, you know, Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark, with the big warehouse at the end of it? That's where it is. You're gonna have to call George Lucas. And you don't want to do that. You don't want to interrupt George Lucas these days. He's hanging out at Skywalker Ranch, recording creepy home movies or something. Well, you did 3. Try 4. Top Men. God damn, that's a good movie. We should do like an Indiana Jones marathon on movie night or something. Oh, I'm already on it. I'm gonna figure out which video it is and make sure that it goes away. My mods know how full of shit I am. We were talking about, like, task lists for maintenance jobs on the fucking stream in Discord earlier, so when I'm like, oh, I'm definitely gonna do that, I'm already on it, they know just how full of shit I am.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
It took me an embarrassingly long time to realize that 50 Shades of Coal Gray was being written from the perspective of some paint. I'm not really sure who I thought was narrating it, but it took me a little while. You know, Merlin, we might be able to. I don't know. We'll see. We're doing Flying Rodent Man this Saturday for a Discord movie night. We're gonna watch the Batman because it's fucking awesome. And after that, we need to finish out Mythica, and then I've got a little bit more Neil Breen for everybody, and then we're gonna start opening it up to more options, I think. Well, yeah, but then someone suggested Batman, and I kind of want to do that. We don't have to. I could change my mind again so that people know I'm never serious about anything I say. And that'll do wonders for my credibility. Oh, it's still dirty. If anything, it's dirtier. Drax, good to see you, man. Beaky, I agree. Drax, how you doing today, man? Can we get a shout out? Can we please get a shout out for the one and only Drax? But yes, we do need to finish watching Mythica. I have them all now. I have hard copies of them, so we don't have to watch the crappy digital copies we did last time. You know, I don't like that pair of arms on him. I'm going to put that on somebody else. I think I know who. The Running Man. Going through fighting game lore vids at work. Arc system works. Never has a simple plot. Oh, it sounds like a tough day. Right? He was like, oh, I finally got arms. No! Poor bastard. You ain't got no arms, Lieutenant Dan. Yeah, that's better. This guy's kind of, for whatever reason, I glued him pretty far over on his base. I'm going to make him a lefty, I think. Just to balance him out. Because when I glued him down, you can see he's kind of over to the right side. So putting a weapon going in that direction is going to throw him off balance. Whereas this will even him out more. Nothing says motherly love like the Batman. You know, it's the one Batman movie where we don't have to fucking watch Martha Kent die. Martha Kent. Oh, God. What have I done? Martha Wayne die. Why did you say that name? Yeah, I know. I know. I'm ashamed of myself. I am at least as ashamed of myself as you are ashamed of me, Riot Sister. Ah, Sewer Creature, thank you for the reminder. It was like that one horrible clip that somebody got of me when I was like, I love Pacific Rim 2, because I wasn't thinking about what I was saying. Yeah, very embarrassing. For the record, I do not love Pacific Rim 2. Oh, Merlin, I'm sorry. Why did you say that name? What's my plan for new plastic glue once the Model Master stuff runs out? Been looking for a replacement. You know, I don't know that I have a plan. I've had this bottle I don't know how long, and I don't know. I guess I'm just hoping it never runs out. Like it's a bottomless bottle of glue. Has Model Master stopped making their glue? I don't know that I've ever bought any other brand. They discontinued it? Ah, fuck. I didn't even know I had to have a plan until just now, Drax. Oh no, my whole world is coming down around me. I'm gonna be much more sparing with it now that I know that. Shit. I feel like I've only ever bought the Tester's bottles. Yeah, I'm gonna go onto eBay and I'm gonna figure out how many bottles I can get. How many people have it stocked so I can get as much as I can. And kick that problem down the road just as far as I can get it, I think. Move these guys over here. I should do up my one engineer. Why don't I do that, since I've got the parts? I'm deeply troubled by this realization. Drax, you've unsettled me. You've rocked my world, so to speak. I'm usually so willy-nilly with my plastic glue, too. I'm suddenly self-conscious about how much I use. What a feeling. Hey, you gotta always use some spit and mud. I can always just hock a lug in there. I'm sure that'll do the same thing, right? Never run out of those. We run out of mud out here pretty regularly. We just got our first rain of the season. Like, you know, April's the rainy month. It rained once. May 1st through 2nd. It's ridiculous. April showers are gonna bring May fucking dust storms at this rate. Yeah, the water's gonna be the tricky part, is what I'm saying. I tried Tamiya brush-on glue. I have not. Tamiya makes good products, but as I mentioned, I'm pretty sure I've only ever bought the Testors Model Master Plastic Cement. I've got old empty bottles of it lying around. Thankfully, they do seem to last me an incredibly long time, but still. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Shake, shake. Shake, shake. Shake, shake. Oh, God. Oh, what have I done to myself? That's gonna be stuck in my mind all day. Does anyone else remember Mischief Makers? Shake, shake. I don't think I've thought about Mischief Makers in, like, well over a decade. So they just released a new version of the Stanley Parable, I saw, that apparently is both the first game and essentially a sequel rolled into one. It's like their anniversary edition. So I was thinking about picking that up. They say that it has all the content of the first game and then just a whole bunch more laid on top of it. I do quite enjoy the Stanley Parable. Having a good excuse to go back and replay it is welcome. If you want to cheat, Riot Sister, you can always just set your system clock ahead 5 years. And also, I think they changed it to like 10 years. Or they added another one for 10 years, one of the two. I really appreciate the very dry, sardonic sense of humor that game has. Hold up, there's a Starship Troopers RTS? I didn't even know that was a thing, Shock. Well, I told you, though, I ignore things. I see something, and I'm like, that seems like something I'll like, and then I forget about it. Intentionally. So that moments like this happen, Shock, where someone goes, hey, that thing releases next month. And I go, oh, that exists. Fantastic, I only have to wait a month, and I didn't have to deal with the hype at all. How many times did you play through it, Sewer Creature? Because it gets a little nuts depending on how many times you go through it and where you go. Not impressed with the demo. Well, I'll check out the demo. Now, is it based on the movies? Is it based on the book? Is it based on the cartoon? I guess what it's based on doesn't matter if it's boring. But I'm curious nonetheless. Based on the movies. Oh, okay. Should say movie. I know there were multiple movies, but they were pretty much all trash past the first one. Now this fellow can have a pistol in his other hand, because he's going to be carrying a briefcase with his left hand. Wow, Sewer Creature. I feel like you missed most of the game in that case. Because it's like, you can beat the Stanley Parable. You can get an ending to the Stanley Parable almost immediately. It's really, really easy to do. But the joy of that game is in playing through it over and over and getting the more extreme and bizarre meta endings. But, you know, if the sense of humor didn't appeal to you, I wouldn't encourage you to keep going, because it's kind of more of the same laid on top of itself over and over and over again. The CGI films were great. Yeah, there was, like, Traitor of Mars was one of them. I don't think I watched any of those. I always saw, like, that they came out, and I don't think I ever watched any of them. I didn't hate Starship Troopers 3, the live-action one. I didn't love it, but I did not hate it either. It was dumb, but it was at least funny. No worries at all, Ogrekin. Well, you can always fall back on the classic Sewer Creature. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, we were looking at Rivenstone last time on the stream. We were looking at the Kickstarter. I don't quite know how I feel about it. I think I landed on I'm gonna wait for that to hit some form of retail before I think too much about it, because it looks very compelling. But who the hell knows? It's hard to say, you know? I should have scored this before I attached it. In fact, let's just do that. This is the wonderful thing about plastic glue, is you're not really tied in. As long as you change something quick. And all I really needed to do was score some lines here. Go. Yeah, it's Siocast. More and more people are switching to it, and I'm here for it. I'm into it. Siocast is an amazing material. The fact that it's in Siocast is maybe the most appealing thing about it to me, and I do like the look of the undead faction in Rivenstone. Just to get in on the Pledge Manager, huh? I guess that's kind of like going in at retail just early. I don't know. I'm already into so many games that I eventually have to stop and take a breather, you know? Wow, really? You didn't find Portal funny? Wow, that's... oof. You must have a tough sense of humor. Yeah, because it's all the recyclable plastic. Now, Siocast in general is very exciting, I think. Oh, why didn't I do this before I attached it to the legs? I mean, the easy answer is because I'm a dum-dum, but... we're gonna pretend like it's something else. Yeah. It's okay, we can still do this. If Rivenstone, like, takes off, gets good support, and starts seeing play, I might get into it. I've got too many other games on my plate right now. What'll probably happen is it will come out, become available for retail, and by then I'll, like, be free enough to actually think about getting into another game system. That's a good point, really. Only $1. I saw it, X-Zero, and yeah, I've been using Siocast since Talon Games started using it for their, they call it Dualcast over there, but it's Siocast, it's SioRes. They do it all in-house, and we're going to have some things, Steel Warrior Studios and I are about to have some things available also in SioRes. Our caster got his SioRes machine in this week, and he's working on learning how to use it today and tomorrow. So hopefully I'll have some models available in SioRes shortly. Well, it's got, like, technical gear in it. He's an engineer. He walks around and, like, repairs stuff. Ah, fuck. And he can interact with things on the battlefield, too. They're good for, like, objective takers, because they can get you more victory points. A bit more on the bottom is going to help there. Really should have attached all these things to his torso and let the glue set before I put on the legs, but I didn't do that. I could have gone back, pulled him off the legs, and then done it, and then put him back on the legs, but I didn't do that either. So, you know, here we are. We made this bed, now we're going to sleep in it. It really isn't bad, X-Zero. We did a little bit of a review of it here on the channel. It's an amazing material. It's not as easy to clean up as styrene, but it's much easier to clean up than, like, PVC or any of the comparable resins. And it casts wonderfully. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna have any problem with mold lines, honestly. Unless the person who's doing the molding is incompetent. But, you know, stop buying from people who suck at doing what they do. Yeah, it doesn't dissolve in plastic glue. It does require super glue, but it holds so well that I really don't have an issue with it. I'm fine with super glue if I'm getting quality like Cyocast. Like I said, hopefully we'll have some of my stuff available in it here soon. Some bases and some mechs is the goal. Oh, fuck. I should have known better than to do that. Let's try one more time. Just have a bunch of glue in there. It won't be the strongest joint, but it also doesn't really matter all that much. It'll be strong enough with this much surface contact. I'm such a great model builder, you guys. You can tell because half my shit just falls apart when I put it down. Oh, it is a great material. I have enjoyed using it every single time I've had a model in Cyocast, and people saying this game is coming out in Cyocast does make me look twice at it. All the stuff from Monster Fight Club, because they're doing like the Cyberpunk Red Combat Zone game. That's gonna be shipping before long, and that's all in Cyores. Not at all Nocturnal. You have about 22 minutes by my count. Well, as long as it's not just me, Ogrekin. We've all got the fudgy fingers sometimes. I was thinking about that to Square. I should make because there's like just a street ganger faction in those models, and I was thinking I should make a Stitches Malone. Just for old time's sake. I did have a little story plotted with him. There's a reason that he wasn't at the assault on the apartment building. Later on. After he lost his little challenge. There were two ways that could have gone. One would have seen him actually leading the attack at the apartment building, but there was something else he had to do. Sausage fingers. Glued together fingers. Thankfully just glued together glove, though. Alright, so we're gonna set this gentleman sorta on his face a little bit here, and that way the backpack will have a good amount of time to set and not fall off. How about that? How about that? Fantastic Merlin models. I'm excited. I'm excited. Are you excited? I'm excited. Shift that forward so I know how many I've got. Alright. I'm going to set these four over here. So the last batch I do is filling in gaps. And we'll go to the next sprue and get some torsos out. $40 Marines. And we're actually through a decent number of them, minus the heads. Right, and worry about the rifles in a minute. Don't need to do that now. You pick up kielbasa's and they're like, damn, bro. Quick and easy, just hitting the worst of the mold lines. Not really that worried about it. We are speed painting these guys after all. I really am pretty happy with how these models are ultimately coming out, considering we got this down to like a 30-minute speed paint scheme. And I really needed to, because as you see, I'm about to paint 40 of them. So they need to stay good and simple. I'm keeping to... I decided after we tried some speed paint on Maelstrom's Edge, I'm keeping to... I'm gonna oil paint Maelstrom's Edge. I'm speed painting with acrylics for Firefight / Deadzone, but I am oil painting for Maelstrom's Edge, and we have all those guys ready to go, so that's probably gonna be the next few weeks of painting. It's gonna be Vader, speed painting acrylics on Firefight, and then oil painting for Maelstrom's Edge. And Vader is obviously being done in oil. Oh, Ogrekin, you might not be aware of the existence of the Storm Report. I sometimes forget to push my own bits. But at the end of every stream, we go over pictures, and we will do a little bit of a review or just show off something that you would like to be seen. Merlin, have a good evening, my friend. Or late night for you, I suppose. Yeah, it's just sort of keeping up on what everybody's working on at any given time and giving you a place to share your work. If you feel like posting something, it's so super easy to do. All you gotta do is hop over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can access by hitting !Discord in chat or by pushing the button below my face there. Check out the rules, make sure you give them a little bit of a review. They're very, very simple, common sense stuff, but still take a look at them, pretty please. Jump into the channel marked The Storm Report and post a picture for us to take a look at, and we will do so. I'm actually pretty happy with how this, like, Sergeant model turned out, considering this was sort of kit-bashed from pieces from, another faction. You know, minus a head, but we haven't done any of the heads yet. That's gonna come last. By the way, Wombat, how was your stream last night, dude? I only managed to lurk. I had some other shit going on, so I just popped in a lurk. I didn't really get to see what you were up to. How was the stream? A.m. Jesus. You're as bad as I am, Merlin. Go to sleep, for God's sake. The fucking Jaffa cakes will wait. You can get them locally? Really? I mean, we've got... In the Denver area, I know we've got a few pretty good kind of like international stores. But I mostly know where to get Asian stuff, as opposed to like British snacks. I'm curious, though. Tested out some ideas I had for Grey Knight minis, settled on a general approach, trying to figure/work out the kinks. You know, just take your time on that, man. Take your time and work it out as you need to. There ain't no rush. I'm just glad to see you back at the painting desk. Do some rifles. Where's the left-handed rifle? There it is. I want to make sure that I do you on my running guy this time. Just to mix things up. What is that? That's E. B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, P. Oh, there it is. Okay, it landed on the desk. Oh, thank God. Hobnobs? My God. I'm not sure what a hobnob is, but sounds like it's probably amazing. See if I have any unused pairs. In the previous sprues, I may as well use them. No, not quite. Okay. Could have barely used anything off that sprue. See in here, that was all ranger parts. Looking for some place where I use laser rifles, but I didn't use all of them. I used all the laser rifles off of this one. I guess I'm more thorough than I realized. Okay. Oh, forget about it then. I'll just go back to this. Set that apart. We've got D. There's the matching D arm. What is a hobnob? Explain a hobnob. I assume it's just a form of cookie. Oh, I'm sorry, biscuit. Oh my God, Sumatha, you're late? Yeah, the whole stream is ruined. The whole stream is ruined. We've been doing nothing but talking about that, Sumatha. Yeah, I will allow a link to find out what the fuck a hobnob is. Again, I assume it is a form of cookie. It's good to see you, Sumatha. We got B. We've just been building models the whole time. It's really not that exciting. I'm amazed anybody's here right now. I don't even have anything to talk about. I haven't even watched anything interesting lately. Like, I watched the first episode of Severance, and I can't talk about it because it's obviously long form and everything's going to be spoilers. Let me have a look at this. Let me have a look at this here. chocolate hobnobs. Rolled oat and whole wheat biscuits. Huh. And just like covered in milk chocolate? Now hold on. No hydrogenated oil, no artificial flavors. McVitie's manufactured in England. So here's the question. Is the reason that these are so good that they're made with actual decent milk chocolate and not like that fucking garbage that Hershey sells over here? Is that perhaps the reason? Ooh, digestive wafers. Ooh, some really unappetizing pictures. I like it. Look, they're all stuck together. I don't give a shit. Stick my cookies together. Those do seem delicious. 51 cents per ounce. Pack of 4 for $21. A pack of 4. How many's in each one? It's 300 grams, which is meaningless. So tell me how many cookies are in a package, you son of a bitch! It's probably a bunch. Hobnobs. I do like to hobnob with the knobs up on Knob Hill. It's the good chocolate? I'm into it. You're very suggestible, Wombat Combat. Very suggestible indeed. Oh, are you saying that I go to... You're trying to lure me in with chocolate now, is what you're doing. Come to the next conquest night and you'll get some hobnobs. I mean, you know, it's gonna work. Servings per container, 16. Well, that's just inaccurate, Shock. It's gonna be cookies per container, 16. Servings per container, 1. Serving sizes really should be more reflective of what I'm actually going to do. Telling myself there are 16 servings is just dishonest. You know? I don't know what a violet crumble is, but I'm into it. All chip bags are a single serving. Oh god, it's true. Anything's a single serving if you eat enough of it. I'm not gonna have time. I'm not gonna have time to do all these arms, am I? Ah, shit. We're about to start the storm report in like 5 minutes. I'm gonna make the smart choice here. I'm gonna separate these arm groups out, as they should be. They're matched pairs, after all. I'm gonna take a short bio break right now. I'm gonna come back, and when I do, we're gonna roll right into the storm report. How does that sound? Looks like the engineer is actually set reasonably well. Honeycomb dipped in chocolate. Oh, damn, that does sound good. Oof. Got some good building done today. We did all of the Rangers that we needed to get done, including this homeboy here with his little thermal anti-tank rifle. Obviously, I still need to glue on the heads, but I'm saving that for last just so I have the right number of helmets. We kit bashed our little recruit leader with the pistol and power fist, which I don't know why this is the unit that leads recruits, but maybe the fist is for the recruits. It's possible. They have like a commissarial role. And we did a number of Marines over here. And we also finished construction on our GCPS Mule sort of infantry fighting vehicle. Ignore the series of disembodied torsos. They're not as morbid as they seem. The Mule is a cool model. It's well put together. Oh no, I just dropped the torso on the ground. I'm gonna have to find that before I go do anything. So I'm gonna go ahead and get to that. I'm gonna take a short break, folks. And as soon as I get back, we will roll right on into the storm report. Gotta stretch my legs, gotta do my business. We did have the other kit bash, but I did this before the stream, technically. And just because I don't like my lieutenant not wearing a helmet, I think that's silly. Alright, alright, alright. I'll see you folks in just a minute. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not really like the boss of you or anything like that. I'm just glad you're here, and I hope to see you in a minute. Okay. Grab myself a little sneaky snack there. I didn't think to get anything to drink. Give me a minute. I'm sorry. It'll just be a second. Okay. Yes. Yes. These are the Nature Valley sweet and salty nut peanut flavor. They're wonderful. They're delightful. Mmm. Mmm. I appreciate your wordplay, Ogre. Dude, if you're thinking about streaming, like, honestly, just try it. It's one of those things where, like, once you do it, you're gonna know if you want to continue or not. But until you've tried it out, it's impossible to know. Yeah, every time we go to Costco, because I'll sit down and I'll eat 2 of them like I'm about to. Ogrekin, like, jokes aside, if you don't want to show your face on a stream, you don't have to. Yeah, there are a lot of people who don't. Audio is much, much more important than video, in my opinion. I would say, give it a shot with whatever you have right now. Don't buy anything. If you haven't streamed before, or if you've streamed before like a long time ago or something, and you happen to have some equipment left over, like, don't buy anything. Just fire up with what you have, do a few streams, see how you feel about it, and then judge whether you want to buy anything else, or whether you want to invest in anything. I mean, another option, too, is Amazon does have their 30-day return policy. So you could, like, get a microphone, get a camera, whatever you need to stream, set it up, try streaming, and as long as you decide inside of a month, you can still pack that shit back up and send it back and get your money back. VTubing is a whole thing right now. It's really blown up in the last couple of years. It's people who stream with an avatar instead of their face. There's a guy who I've rated before called Fart McButtface. And he VTubes, but his little, like, where my face is an avatar. A little moving avatar. And it's an anthropomorphic talking fart cloud. And it is my favorite thing. Yeah, damn right, Happy Heretic. You don't need anything nice to stream. I like having nice things, but I'm like, I get into the kit, you know, I get into the gear. But you don't have to at all. Ugh. Is that true, Sumitha? Oh, now I feel terribly guilty. Why'd you have to tell me that? I like to believe that the world is a perfect magical place with no waste. I mean, you know, obviously that's complete bullshit, but I like to believe it anyway. Engineers going to work in the back of this truck. Oh, excuse me. Alright. You can find people who do VTube avatars on Fiverr for not much. Find somebody on Fiverr who will do you like a little package for VTubing for like $30, something like that. It won't be anything fancy. But, and you can just straight up buy VTube packages now too that aren't terribly expensive. But that's, you know, only if you want to. Only if you want to. Let's do the storm report. Let's go ahead and see what people are sharing with us. What do you say? What do you say we have a look?
All right, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's storm report, brought to you by viewers like you.
Just realized these Marines are kind of in the way of where I usually put my mouse, so I'm just going to gently scoot them back. Still got a good amount of building done tonight. Some of the trickier stuff and even one conversion. These guys are just going to take me... I think it's probably going to take me longer to build them than to paint them, ultimately. The more I work on the Rangers, though, the more I feel like I want to do more of those. I really like the idea of a fully mobile force that can just ignore terrain like crazy. Like crazy! Alright, let's see what people have been sharing up. First, we have from Mafik, the Broken Void's anti-armor unit, the Crystal Brute. These brutes were discovered by the goddess herself during the early years of the Crystal Age. It was discovered at the High Grav Mountain Pass, a place with the most unstable abyss radioactivity causing them to be overgrown, and with large crystals growing all over their bodies. They're most likely loyal to the goddess not because of her appearance or her divine boobage, but her kindness that led them back to society. Also, boobs. The Crystal Brute has the mentality of a normal Crystallian, but has the aggressive behavior when it comes to fighting. Very, very aggressive. Actually, they're about the height of a normal dreadnought. But in some rare cases, they overgrow to a demon prince size, or the size of an Imperial Knight. The most well-known Crystal Brute is Barris, the Iron Face. If you could only guess how he got that name. Barris is an oversized brute of a demon prince size, but due to the overgrowth on his head, they grow crystals, as I have previously stated. They place a cabin a cabin on his head to sustain the growth. Thus, the Iron Face. The most brutal thing for Barris was fighting a Khorne demon prince toe-to-toe during the Chaos incursions. Literally smacking the demon out with a Chaos dreadnought and multiple demon engines until they ripped off its wings and broke its shoulder blades, then ripped its face like it was a piece of paper. Bloody, fleshy, meaty paper. Oh, it's an old canon thing you really want to make a story about. Mafik, you got so many stories, man. No, the divine boobage is a thing. He didn't write it, but at this point I'm familiar enough with his characters to know that the goddess has boobs the size of Barris the Iron Face. The fuck was that voice? What happened? I kind of dig this. I have to assume though that did they put the Iron Face over his face to keep the crystals from growing over his face? Or is the interior of this just completely filled with crystal? Answer me that, Mafik. Did they put the Iron Face on him to protect his face from being covered in crystals? Or if you took this off, would there be a perfectly formed, crystal shape in the shape of his... Okay, it was right the first time, then. Alright. Because otherwise it would be a much more tragic story, and they would call him Barris the No-Face. Or Barris the Crystal Face. What? I don't have any control over these things, Sumitha. I just go with it. I sort of let it flow out of me. And every now and then I sound a little bit like Alec Guinness. He's got big old fists on him. Look at that. The size of a relatively regular person. Though this might be a small person. It's hard to tell. He's got a sweet hat. I really dig the hat. So the other crystal brutes don't have an iron face then, Mafik? Literally sustaining him from the overgrowth. Oh, okay. Alright. It's so he doesn't stare at the divine boobage. He wears them like blinders. For, should he witness the goddess without his iron face, his eyes would be drawn so deeply into the gravitational pull of her cleavage that he would simply not be able to fight his adversaries. What a tragedy that would be. For Barris. The iron face. Lovely. Lovely work, Mafik. Not all have an iron face. Okay, he's that. He's that covered in crystals. He needs them. Look at someone who just told on you to his big brother. He took my lunch money. He took my alchemy money, man. Here we have from Project Dark Fox, the Grand Paladin, a custom commissioned 160-ton super heavy mech built on the Clan Endo steel frame and a Clan 320XL engine. The GPD-3T BMW GTO carries with it a pair of Clan medium pulse lasers, Clan Gauss rifles, Clan Arrow 4 artillery, Inner Sphere plasma rifle, Inner Sphere snub-nose PPC, and the kitchen sink, not to mention the small shield and fuck huge 16-ton mace. That is 16 tons. Okay. Clad in 30 tons of standard armor and piloted from a command console. Wow, okay. Its thick hide and clan lambs ensures it will not go down without a fight. In addition, the Gauss and plasma rifles are mounted on a turret, so it can't be snuck up from behind on easily. Neither of those were good sentences, and I made them up. I should have just read what PDF wrote. That would have been better. Yeah, I was enjoying watching you work on this the other night, Project Dark Fox. Hope you don't mind that I was pretty much just lurking. I wasn't able to really contribute much, but watching it come together, when I saw the weapons at first, and I appreciate that you did the frogmouth helm. This is sort of a classic European medieval design. It's wildly impractical in reality, except for one very specific purpose. Because this is a real helm that knights wore. It was a jousting helm. It would only work. The tragedy of Barris the Iron Face. It's not a story a Jedi would tell you. The fuck am I talking about? I don't know. It's cool. I like the reverse jointed legs. I'm a big fan of the feet. Lately, for whatever reason, I've got a thing for these non-articulate, non-toe having feet with the more, like, sort of padded hooves. And I think this looks fucking great. That mace is gigantic, though. This is out of control. So many weapons. This thing is just absolutely studded with weapon systems, to the point that it has this extra one just sticking out of the center of its chest. I like that they're all in the torso, and that the arms are free to be arms and do arm things. That's he gave you so much art direction for this piece. Oh, so he knew what he wanted. Actually, there's some historical art of soldiers in battle wearing frog mounts. Well, Beaky, actually, there are some historical art pieces of soldiers farting into trumpets. There are some historical art pieces of monkeys sniffing each other's butts in the middle of combat. So maybe we don't take all the illuminations, like, totally super seriously. I'm being a smartass, but, like, it is very, very true that Pasto artists took a lot of liberties with the illustrations that must have happened. I do love some of the illuminations that's like literally like a monkey farting into a trumpet and a rabbit coming out of it. And it'll be right next to a picture of a dude like shoving a spear up some guy's butt who looks like he just sort of accidentally fell over in the middle of combat. Like, oh no! Oh, alas, my tunic has come askew! I'm just saying. Lots of artistic liberties. Very, very cool design overall, though. Looks like a big, brutal, heavy bitch. I love how you did the cracked earth under its feet. That is a lovely touch, Project Dark Fox. Wonderful. Wonderful work. And folks, if you're not following Project Dark Fox, go give him a follow. You get to see shit like this just appear Out of nothing. Such a talented artist. It's kind of ridiculous. A monster indeed. That thing's fucking huge. Here we have from Ren Momo. Finished Eternal Dynasty boyos. I know the base doesn't look all that shaded, but I promise that it is. Just shining a light to get the models just right. Didn't do the base any favors. Forgot this until the last second, but this is from one-page rules. Everybody seems to like one-page rules. You know what? I'm not gonna pick on what looks like a lack of shading on the bases, Ren, because the fucking helmets like this looks great. I love the highlights you've done on the brows. You've got good lining going on the armor, so I can tell where all the armor panels begin and end. You've got nice clean work with your metallics and your flats. I like how you've got the sort of warm white undersuit and then the blue armor, and overall your yellow contrasts really, really well with all the blues and tones you have in here, and then sort of balances with the warm of the warm red helmet. These are great looking. That skin on the heads, is it really? I think they got like red skull disease. They got some of that. What was his name? Why can't I think of the Red Skull's name? Hugo Weaving disease? A 16th century artist painted it, so it must be true. Yes, exactly. There's, oh my god, that was one of the amazing scenes with, not scenes, but one of the lines I liked most from, oh my god. I'm gonna forget every single fact I'm about to try to say. That amazing history show with the funny name that's hosted by the guy who plays Baldric in Blackadder, whose name I also know but can't think of. Someone here knows exactly what I'm talking about. They're aliens from the Eternal Dynasty. Okay, alright. Somebody help me out. Johann Schmidt, the Red Skull, thank you. Yeah, I was thinking like Schmidt, but I couldn't think of what his first name was. Fuck. I should remember the name of the show. It's like History Hunters. Not Hugh Laurie. No, Hugh Laurie was in a lot of Blackadder, but he didn't play Baldric. I've watched so much of this show, and it's like coming back soon, and now I can't. Time Team! Yes! I knew it was like an alliteration, and I couldn't think of what it was. It's a silly name, Time Team. But yeah, he has this one amazing bit where there's somebody who's unearthing these pottery shards, and it's literally like he's digging up these tiny shards of pottery, and they don't know, like, it's one of those where it's like, we think they might have had a chapel over there someplace, and there's like nothing left, but they dig down and they find some old like floor tiles, and so they dig in what they think is the old guardhouse, and he finds some little pieces of pottery, and he starts talking about like, oh, and this supports our conclusion that this might have been the guardhouse. This was probably an amphora, the sort of which that they might have used to transport wine from the main building out here for the guards, which, of course, at that point would have been more useful than just getting drunk, and he's talking about it and sort of painting this picture. And it goes back to the host, and he's like, wow, that's amazing. And really, this is a great example of how history can really just, leap right out of the past, and more specifically, right out of the imagination of the historian. And just the way that he said it was making clear, it's like, you don't know any of this, you're just making shit up. I thought that was a funny little bit. How history can really come alive right out of the imagination of the historian. Like, yeah, we don't actually know that literally any of these things are true, or that this is what it was used for, but it's an interesting thing to think about, isn't it? These are lovely. These are lovely, Ren. Great job. Here we have from Rio Hassenpfeffer, the mark of progress. The mark of the hunter. Look at that. Look at that. None of it's even a negative. I'm fairly certain that this is actually what this art looks like. Look at those curls. Look at those lovely curls. I really like the depth that you got on both of these. I mean, I feel like that was the focus of this Rio, was getting that depth along the shaft of each arrow back to where the bow woman is drawing. I like it. I like it. God, I love the way you do all your texturing too. It's so intense and expressive. Gorgeous. Monks went wild on the page margins. Oh my god. I don't even want to describe the illuminations that monks got up to back in the day. It's one of those things you just have to go... you just have to explore for yourself. There's a new Time Team out. I knew that it was coming back. Is it actually out? That's fantastic. Time Team is a great show. Pen for Scale. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Yeah, so like this whole thing is like this big because you're, you know, a lunatic. Rio, I've said over and over, one of my greatest pleasures in this stream is that I've gotten the chance, by having people post to the Storm Report and share their art with me, I've had the chance to watch people grow as artists. I've had the chance to watch people progress. Even as I sit here feeling like I'm standing still and unable to see my progress so many times, I am able to really, really see the steps in other people's evolution, the new things that they try, the things that they get better at, their weaknesses, their improvements. Jesus Christ, Rio, you are a very, very talented artist, and we get to see a lot of your practice, and it has paid off so wonderfully. I can't. Well, yeah, you say you try as you fucking ballpoint pen on Post-its. I can't wait to see what it looks like when you do try. Though, admittedly, the negatives are really impressive. Like, holy damn. Well, thank you for sharing, Rio. Here we have from Shock21. Some allies for the hot rod Irby. Primarily black minis are hard to get good pictures of. Primarily black minis are hard to paint in the first place. Because, I mean, it's like they say the first rule of black is don't use black. It's the same thing with white. You want to paint good white, you kind of can't use much or any white. It's extremely counterintuitive. Now, I think the reason that this is going to work, Shock, the reason that these paint jobs work as well as they do, and damn are they hot, is that the focus is on these really cool flame effects, and then you've used these really neat brass tones. This looks fantastic. Are there things you could do to punch this up? I mean, sure. I could think of a few things. I don't even know if I would do them, though, because I feel like if you were to go in and put a lot of time into the blacks and, like, panel line and try to do gradients and shit, you'd be drawing attention away from the flame effects. And I kind of feel like don't do that. You know? Because the flames look cool as hell, and right now the eye is drawn right to them. It's almost like you don't see the rest of the mech so much. You get the shape of it, but that's about it. These are nice. These are damn nice. And yeah, good-looking King Crab there, bruh. God, they really did rip off the MWO King Crab, didn't they? I mean, okay, the King Crab's always kind of looked like this. This is the best-looking version of it, arguably, but just in some cases, CGL was like, why don't we just do what PGI did? And in this case, they just kind of did it. I have to say your work is awesome. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Hey! Yeah, okay. I tend to agree, Sumitha. It has, it has some real sexy curves. Some real sexy curves on the MWO version. Lovely work, Shock. Honestly, this is some of the... We've seen a number of your paint jobs so far, Shock. I'm loving this freehand. I'm loving the flames. You did a fantastic job on those. Here we have from the Happy Heretic, representing Clan Fire Mandrill with a member of Kindra Klein. Is that like Kevin Klein? This was a test scheme and I really like how it came out. Did this mech mostly with speed paints, which performed well over a Zenithal. Gives it an almost dirty look, I think. It's the mech that's been in the field for a bit. Did a panel lining with black oil wash, and I really don't think it was necessary. I might skip that step on the other mechs. Now I can tell you did the black oil wash, because the panel lines really do pop out. I would say paint another mech up to the point that you're going to do the black oil wash at Heretic, and then put them side by side, take a picture, and give yourself some time to dwell on it. I find that I make better decisions when it comes to painting models when I give myself some time. I love the scaling on this, by the way. The little tree, the bush, these are really well done. Did you do these out of wire and, like, flocking? This looks great. I like the texture on the base, too. That almost looks drawn or printed. Like, there's a lot of detail going on here, but it also looks kind of flat. Is that printed? I'm suspicious. I'm suspicious of this base texture. I need to know more about it. Something fucky's going on here. It looks good. Suspiciously good. Could be a roller texture. Suppose that's possible. Set of end scale trees. Oh yeah, that's a good move. End scale is just about right. They'd be small trees, but there's nothing wrong with that. Oh, that's how it's gonna be. That's how it's gonna be. Okay. Alright. Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. Really good looking Mad Cat overall, though. I do feel like the black oil wash paid off, but I would want to see it next to one where you didn't do it before I made that call, and I think you should probably go ahead and line them up before you do that. Lovely, lovely work, particularly with speed paints. I dig it. Here we have from Wolverine DH. We're seeing more work out of him lately, and I love it. FDM printed Humvee and Protomax. Humvee and the Protomax would be a good band name. Futuristic Humvee, and FDM printed no less. When I look real close, I guess I can tell in some of the panel lines, but the shapes have been kept fairly nice. I'm always impressed at what people are able to do with FDM printing, particularly for things as spindly as humanoid shapes. The Humvees you would barely be able to tell. Lovely, lovely work. Good choice of contrasting colors with the blue and the red. And they got blue and red again here, but the cockpit on these Protomax in particular stands out. Wolverine DH, gorgeous. Gorgeous work. Here we have from Walter's Workshop, First Peek, exclusive to the Storm Report. This contest entry I did from Durgan Paint Forge. First time trying icy basing like a frozen river and icicles. It was a super fun learning experience. Oh yeah, we keep, like, you know, we taught Walter that painting poorly is actually painting really well, just kind of as a joke, you know? But he keeps, like, doing well anyway, no matter how many times we try to sabotage him. He just kind of hangs out. I don't know what to tell you. He keeps just, like, sliding right into chat. He says a bunch of dumb crap. We bully him, you know? We make fun of him. And he just doesn't seem to pick up on it. I think we're being too subtle at this point. I can't get him to leave. And, I mean, until he does, we're gonna have to keep putting up with art like this, I guess. Which is just, you know, kind of murderous. Because, oh my god, look at the ice. This is wonderful. Oh, really? Yeah, Walter's Workshop's great. This is... I like this a lot. I was gonna make a joke about salting the snail and how there's not enough salt in the world for him, but I also feel like Walter's Workshop might be the only person in this chat who would get that joke. It's possible someone else would get it. This is for a TikTok competition, I think. Oh god, what a waste. Oh, TikTok. The ice, though, this is fucking phenomenal. I should probably focus on the rest of the paint job that he did here, but look at this. Look at this. This is so natural looking. It's so natural looking that you don't really think much about what you're actually looking at. You're just like, oh, look, that's cracked ice. Very, very smooth work. Love all the work on the beard. Really dig the eyebrows, the nice, livid, dwarfy flesh tones. I love the green inlay on the axe in particular. Considering you used all these warm tones to do your non-metallic metal for the axe blade, coming in with these sort of earthy greens is a lovely touch. Just lovely. I like the wraps in the beard, too. Overall, really great composition. Very, very smooth work. Lovely blending. I know that he primarily works in, I think almost exclusively works in acrylics, so I have to point out the blending and the smoothness, because this wasn't done with oils, this wasn't done quite so easily. He did this by hand, each and every stroke. Of course there's an axe. Of course there's an axe, right? If there weren't an axe, it wouldn't really be Walter's Workshop. He's so predictable. So predictable. The jade inlay was a chat oh, that's awesome. He did a fantastic job with it, and I think that he chose, again, the colors really, really well for the axe blade. Going with these browns in here. And he didn't overdo the NMM either. He didn't make this look like it was, like, reflective, like chrome. You know? It looks more like a brushed metal. It really does jump out. Still, this is what catches my eye. I love this paint job. I love this paint job, but Walter's Workshop, if/win, you come back and look at this. This base looks great. This is high-level diorama quality work here. I'm very curious about how you did the ice, because I didn't see it. And I want to very seriously give you this compliment. When I look at it, my brain says, oh, that's snow on cracked ice. Oh, he's on the edge of a frozen river. My brain doesn't say, oh, look how he did the paint there. My brain doesn't say, oh, look at... Like, when I think about it, I'm like, oh, look how he mixed the textures of the snow. But the initial instinct is just, oh, look at that snow. Which I think that's what we're shooting for. That's what we're shooting for with naturalistic effects like that. Gorgeous. Gorgeous work, Walter's Workshop. I look forward to hearing how you place in that, man. I can't imagine it's going to be anywhere outside of at least the top 3. Of course, I don't know what competition it is, so I probably should shut my mouth. Here we have from Larabic, finished my Hobbit House / Hill. More pictures at my Instagram, Larabic's Workshop Design from Dark Realms Forge. Well, doesn't that just look welcoming? I want to do some eavesdropping right about here. I want to drop some eaves. There might be some people in there talking about Dark Lords and the end of the world. Lovely work. I like all the flocking on here. I really do appreciate how you set this up. How you sort of staged it with the lights inside. This is perfect, though. This is absolutely perfect. We have the silhouette, the outline of the door, and a nice, warm, comfy, inviting light just gently illuminating the roundness of the hobbit hole. Gorgeous. Nice, smooth-looking print, too. Who'd you say this was from? Dark Realms Forge. I don't think I have anything from them. Yeah, the door really sells it. This is what makes it feel homey to me. This makes me want to go inside and get myself some, like, clotted cream and scones, as it were. Lovely. Oh, Sliced Kitty at it again. Been stuck in the hospital, decided I might as well do a watercolor eye study while I'm here. Well, that's some good use of your time. Done with a Winsor & Newton watercolor pan set. Pan? Pen? Watercolor pen? I'm gonna assume pen. Total time was 13 minutes and 4 seconds. This includes drying time. I don't even have the presence of mind to time myself most of the time. Ooh, very, very real. Oh. This is giving me like sympathetic discomfort. The slight puffiness around the eye, the nasty lividity that we have in the eye itself. I like how we framed it with the eyebrow, too. Just captured this perfect little natural shape. Really, really lovely work, Sliced Kitty. I'm sorry to hear that you've been in the hospital. We have enjoyed all of your work that we've seen so far. I hope everything goes well for you. I hope it's nothing terribly serious. I hope you're back up on your feet soon. I look forward to seeing some more work for you. I wasn't going to say that, Wombat Combat. I'm not saying I didn't think it. I just wasn't going to say it. Here we have from Rono. Okay. Alright. This isn't bad. There's some Jell-O in there. Looks like maybe that's Jell-O. Looks like maybe that's Jell-O. It looks like mostly fruit, though. I'm getting fruit. I'm getting cream, maybe like peaches, some strawberries, maybe like a cake. Like a fluffy cake layer, is that what I'm seeing? And then we got some purple ice cream, which that could be anything. It could be like lavender ice cream, which is actually delicious. I'm getting maybe some crushed coconut, some toasted coconut sprinkled on the top. This just looks delicious. If there's Jell-O in here, I would eat around it. Purple yam ice, is that a thing? Wait, did we talk about that before? That sounds familiar. That sounds like that would be good. Yams are good and sweet. I guess purple yams are a thing, aren't they? I gotta say, Roland, this looks delicious. And if Jell-O is involved, if you handed this to me, I would eat around the Jell-O, and I would just keep going. So, I'm not sure exactly what your mission is. You can decide if it was accomplished or not. Here I have from Shiny Mew Paints, not really a mini, but I still wanted to share this cute moment with my Ms. in VR chat. Bought an Isabelle avatar for her, and the first thing she did was toggle the bust size. Oh, God. This is on the left, and I'm the Legoshi on the right, doing a peace sign. I'm lucky to have such a lovely woman in my life, and I wouldn't trade it for the world. I'll tell you, the world ain't worth it, even if you wanted to. Going on 10 years as of yesterday, and congratulations. It should be Mrs., I realize now. Going on 10 years as of yesterday since we got married, and it's been some of the happiest years of my life. Congratulations to both of you. And yeah, oh my God. Look what I can do. Zhup. Oh, VR. You so crazy. Oh, it's adorable, though. Seriously, Shiny Mew, congratulations to the both of you. 10 years is a huge milestone. I hope that you took some time out to celebrate it and to appreciate one another, you know, other than just running up the bust sizes in your VR avatars. Though, I mean, that can be quite a lot of fun, too, to be fair. Should have an air tank / inflating sound. It's good to know that VR is catching up with next-gen gaming, you know? Like the amazing work that our friends at CD Projekt Red did over on Cyberpunk 2077, where they implemented a dick size slider. I can tell you that feature really changed my role-playing game experience quite a lot. Yeah, there was a lot of nudity in that game. the Conan game, the Conan like open world game, right? Compensation slider. I'll tell you the thing that pissed me off the most, Sumitha, is that it had no in-game impact. You could choose like the style of your schlong, and then there was a size slider to select the size. And I'm thinking to myself, at some point this is gonna like this will like one line of dialogue is gonna reference this. At some point somebody recorded 3 versions of a line where they're like, oh, you have a micro penis, or like, oh, look at that thing. And no, nothing. It literally never comes up in the game. And I was just left like, why did you make me... Well, you know how neurotic I get about my character creation screens. Why did you make me think about the schlong slider? I don't appreciate it. Here we have from POV42, and the Akabasias are done. Feels good to finally take these beauty shots. I know that feeling. Oh my God, I do. I love the scheme, but I'm also glad to move to less intricate projects. Get you a palette cleanser. The basing looks so nice. Adding in that green. And this is, when I talk about bases and I talk about using your bases to accent your models, this is a great example of what I'm talking about. Because the colors on these figures, adding in the green helps to set them off so much. The fact that the green is next to the purple, they both look richer as a result, and then we move up to our reds and our yellows. There is a huge variety of color across these figures, and the green is part of it. It does not distract. It does not distract from the mini, but it does enhance the overall view. And of course, I love the purple chicken down here on the base. But then, I'm a Merrick man at the end of the day. Gorgeous, gorgeous work, and nice work. Nice work on this, I'm assuming metal Ironwind Metals Shadowhawk here. We got a stalker back here and everything. We got our longbow. We have a prefect. I think I got that right this time. I think that's a prefect. We've been over this, but I can never remember because it's a crazy looking mech. And then, of course, the flea. The flea is still kind of, honestly, like, even with all these, it's good looking Orion, don't get me wrong. I like the flea. I like the flea. Gorgeous work. Right? Sumitha? Like, yeah, no one would even notice. They're like, of course you can bang aliens. Like, why wouldn't you be able to? We expect that now. Here we have from Furion. The ghosts of Kiev are ready to roll. Scouting reports show this militia unit is surprisingly well equipped with advanced munitions. Gee, I wonder what Davion's getting up to. Tricky colors done well. I really, really like the sort of shadowed, rough tones you have down here on the bases, the little details showing the broken roads. Lovely touch. Really does a lot with the dark colors to balance out just how bright and vibrant the yellow is on the legs. This is, again, what I'm talking about all the time when I'm saying break up those blocks of color. These little interior servos on the knees. This does so much to keep the legs interesting while being monotone. Of course, just the legs are monotone, because then we get up to our second tone, which is this blue, and god damn, look at those highlights. Look at, okay, I'm always talking about volumetric lighting in our highlights. And I'm always talking about, cube, sphere, cone, cylinder, right? These are primary 4 shapes. And this is a good example of the cylinder combined with the cone right here is across the top of our Raven. You see the way these highlights have been done so that they're really focused on this widest point, and then they kind of narrow down the central axis of the torso. But then we fade out as we come down, and we go into shadow along here and here, and then we pick our highlights back up on the left and right arms, and that is just so lovely. That is just so lovely. Now this one is like purpose built for doing a highlight like that. It looks fucking gorgeous. A little trickier to do on some of these, but still wonderful sense of directional lighting on all these. Really great job on the cockpits doing that panel lining around it and then repeating your yellow. Very visually effective, well composed. I love these. Wait, who posted these? This is Furion. Furion, we haven't seen anything out of you for a while, and then you come in here with the Ghosts of Kiev like this? These are fucking gorgeous. I love it. Absolutely love it. Yeah, look at the even the cockpit glass on the Raven is working. Well, and this is sort of a contiguous visual language here, because we see the volumetric highlight coming down, and you see how the highlight on the cockpit itself also matches that shape. Really nicely done. Very nicely done. And Slava Ukraini, am I right? Here we have from Nocturnal Miniatures, working on some of them Conquest Old Dominion. I don't remember the name of literally any of these guys, but I know that these are the leaders. These are the hero figures from the new Old Dominion faction. Very nice. I like the color scheme that you've gone with on this. It looks like our unifying color is going to be yellow for the most part. In each case, we're picking up like a bronze kind of tone for their helmets and armor. But then we've differentiated somewhat with, we've got purple fabric on him, we've got blue on him, and then we've got this kind of orange-red on our Gallic leader looking dude over here. Like a rusty bronze. Okay. Good, bold colors. They look good at an average play distance. Nocturnal Minis, you are really just churning and burning right through those Old Dominion figures. And I have to say that Spire's Founder exclusive came out wonderfully. Just wonderfully. I can't wait to see what your what are the basic infantry for the Old Dominion called? Are they just like phalanx? What are they? Hoplite? They wouldn't be hoplites. That's Greek. The idea is they just climbed out of the ground. Oh, I like that. Yeah, because they're all undead, right? Yeah, so their armor would be rusty and nasty and kind of dirty. That's a cool idea. I just realized I don't know what the basic infantry are called for the Old Dominion. Praetorian wouldn't make sense. Legionary, oh, of course, Roman, yeah, legionary. I'm good at my history. Here we have from Wombat, Combat Prime. Did some tests for different possible schemes or methods of getting a bluish silver. And this is where I ended up. CNC welcomed. I would say bluish is accurate. Bluish. Ish, with an emphasis on the ish. It's not quite reading blue. I want you, Wombat Combat, I want you to go straight up blue balls to the wall on this bad boy, which is a really unappetizing phrase. I thought that was going to sound more clever than it really did, but it's just kind of uncomfortable, you know? But the point remains, I want you to go much heavier on your blue. I'm not sure what method you used to get this, but wherever the blue was worked in, I want you to do it more. Don't be afraid. Do not be afraid of going heavy blue and then transitioning out to that high silver, even on just some tiny parts. Because that deep blue is what you really want if you're looking for a bluish silver. Now, I mean, it is bluish. This is not, by any stretch of the imagination, a warm silver. So if this is what you're going for, if you like the look of this, then please continue. But I think if you're going for a bluish silver, put more blue in. If you're glazing, absolutely, use a little bit more of that. If you're airbrushing, start with a deeper blue, I'd say, and go a little softer on the silver. Again, I don't know what method you use, so it's hard to pick out a particular step. But wherever the blue is, just do a little more. Just do a little more. Don't be afraid of that heavy contrast. Don't be afraid of those... Oh, Riot Sister, you got me slouching like a fool. Don't be afraid at all of putting in just as much color as you can. Again, remember our average viewing distance rule. Just because it looks good up close doesn't mean it's going to look good on the tabletop. Mix some blue ink with dark silver and silver. So I would say more blue ink in with the dark silver and no blue ink in with the silver. That would be my suggestion. You want that contrast, you want that transition from blue out to high silver, and that transition is what's really going to sell the look. One of the reasons I'm really glad that I did some non-metallic metal for a while there and continue, and one of the reasons I think people should still learn non-metallic metal effects, is because if you do non-metallic metal effects and methods with true metallic metals, they look so fucking good. And with half as much as the previous layers. Less. Even less. More blue. At least that's what I want to see. If you're happy with this, it's a great looking silver, man. Hey, Jay Schaefer, good to see you. Here we have from Avash. Making progress on the Canadians. On the Canadians? Only thing not in this pick is the 6-pounder gonna prime... Oh, that's right, bolt action. I was like, Canadians? Who the fuck... In what game can you play as Canadians? And then I remembered that Avash is doing bolt action, and that actually does make sense. That's a 6-pounder. I was like, 6-pound gun? Okay, yeah, I'm lost in sci-fi land. Gonna prime tomorrow morning and hopefully put some paint on them. The build is looking nice so far, Avash. Look at this. Look at this bad boy coming together over here. Really a nice, clean work surface you have here. Bravo, sir. Cleaner than my desk. Cleaner than mine. Oh, thank you so much for the gift sub. Going out to Shiny Mew, who doesn't have to watch commercials anymore. And isn't that the best part? Jay Schaefer, thank you so much for the gift sub. Ooh, classic Dr. Pepper, maybe even with real sugar. Amazing. Is that what that is? Is that a crocodile tank? I thought the crocodile had the inverted track angle and the open top on the treads. Oh, straight lines and oval. That's the church. Oh, okay. Well, my nomenclature is weak. With their flapping heads and their beady little eyes. I can just hear them farting from here. Just terrible. Well, in that case, the Riddick, I suggest you never subscribe. I don't watch a streamer for anything else. I love being advertised to. Only a croc if it has a fuel tank out the back and a flamethrower in front. All right, fair enough. Oh, this is the Churchill. See, I'm so ignorant, like, I'm not even willing to dispute when I think it's wrong. All right. I'll take your word for it. Admittedly, my knowledge of World War II armor is limited to the specific core of armor, and once we get outside of that, I'm like, I don't know. I'm more into man-portable weapon systems from that era. Don't remember ever seeing commercials on my stream as a non-subscriber. You should only get them as pre-roll ads. You should only get hit with a couple of commercials as you come in, ideally. I have considered dropping affiliate in the past to get rid of that entirely, but I don't know. That's a big hoo-ha. I've also thought a few times of switching over to YouTube for streaming too, but I don't really have a good view of how that would affect things at this point. Your knowledge has been growing specifically because of bolt action. I can think of way worse. Way worse reason. My knowledge of World War II grew specifically because I started listening to Sabaton, and I'm not even remotely ashamed. Here we have from Punexpected something a bit different. Winsor & Newton Gold versus Daniel Smith Iridescent Gold, very similar. Daniel Smith might tint out quicker. Could have been just more white on the board. Winsor & Newton Copper versus Daniel Smith Iridescent Copper. Silver versus Metallic Silver. Iridescent White versus Pearl Shimmer. This one is definitely shimmery. Nice painted paint over dry oils. Yeah, the iridescents are good for that. Oh, last pair is actually Winsor & Newton Yellow Ochre, PY43, versus Richardson Golden Ochre, PY42. Winsor & Newton tube is very old, so it was a bit stiff. Darker than the Golden Ochre. Richardson tube blorped out a bunch of oil. Living at high altitudes, that happens to me a lot. A bit annoying, but nice and smooth. Probably a good NMM base tone. They do seem very similar. Mostly noticing the difference, here in the copper. This is much yellower to the tone, to the point that this almost seems more like brass than gold. I appreciate you doing it both over the white and over that dark base tone there. This is an interesting comparison. Yeah, wow. The silvers all seem very similar, with the difference that these Windsor and Newtons on the left, yeah? Now, I only have the Gamblin metallics, but I found them to be remarkably opaque for metallics. This is one of the most starkest differences, the really rich red tones we have in the coppers, as opposed to these kind of almost muted purplish tones for our Daniel Smiths. Interesting. A very interesting comparison, pun expected, remarkably scientific to the point that I'm going to need to go over this a little bit later when I can take a closer look at it. I appreciate people doing work like this because I am far too fucking lazy to do it myself, but I do want to benefit from it. So please, continue. Here we have from Kursala, not much here to share, but here's the prototype version of some FDM printed clips I whipped up to hold my tiny canvases, 2.5 by 3.5 inches, so small, together. Now I can hang them on the wall together again, don't need to keep using Scotch tape. Now that a few hours have gone by, I've gotten 5 more printed and they're hanging in the dining room where they're supposed to be. Ah, the magics of 3D print. Oh, that's really fucking cool. Okay, I wasn't sure exactly what you meant just by the description, but now that I see it, this is genius. Just kind of linking them together from behind so that you can have a single hanging point. Oh, I like what you did there. This is the magic of 3D printing. Not just making amazing terrain and minis and the stuff that we generally use it for here, but when you're like around the house and you're just like, I just need something in this exact shape to these exact sizes made out of plastic. Like, you can just make it. You can just make it. You can make it fucking happen. Get yourself a pair of calipers and go to town. You'll have one in a few hours. I do that all the time for just random little clips around the house. Well done, Kursala. Here we have from Automata Americana. I promised a method to my madness. I'm not sure we're really gonna get it. So here we go. The typical Raven only has 2 sections to its legs, 2 bones, if you will. I will. If, and that's a big if, the usual leg setup could walk at all, it would be highly inefficient and a bumpy ride with much worse maintenance cycle due to the high impact of the steps. Oh no, we're getting into the weeds. This really won't fly with me. As the walking cycle of flightless birds is in fact the most efficient, stable, and low impact on the planet. I'm not gonna get into the details as this is the Storm Report, and we simply don't have the time. All that's important here is that I don't call ravens hateful kiwis for nothing, so I base the legs on the skeletal structure of the aforementioned walking puffball. Not going to be making any more progress on this tonight as I want to test print the base model first to make sure the 2 halves fit together. After that it's going to be posing, and then variants. Yes, including the Thunder Chicken. I respect this. I can't fully articulate my feelings on this because part of me feels that this is so, like, I'm trapped. I'm trapped right now between this is so pedantic it's stupid and it's also kind of genius. This is one of the beakiest ravens I've seen, by the way. You really emphasize the beak, and I appreciate that. Longer beak, please. Yeah, we have to match the... I'm like, look, if you're gonna go kiwi, go full kiwi. Small detail a lot of people forget when it comes to the original Chicken Walker designs, shark dampers, and compressible limb sections that can exist with mechanical designs, which they can't exist in nature. It's true. Though, Sumitha, it's worth noting that most people base their Chicken Walker design on the ATST from Star Wars. And I'm going to say this in defense of what Automat is doing here. If you look at the actual ATST model, it has that joint. It is literally hidden behind what appears to be the first joint of the leg, but the leg is connected in the rear of the pelvis. There is a single flat joint that comes forward, and then there is a pivot point where the big leg connects and starts to go down into the reverse joint. So in defense of what Automat is doing here, Industrial Light and Magic thought the same thing. And I'm telling you, if you look at the ATST, it does have this part of the limb. Now, with that in mind, what they did there was this part of the limb goes forward, and then this part of the limb attaches on the outside. So if you move this joint out and up, it would connect here. And as a result, this blends into the pelvis, and you primarily see this leg. So I'm going to suggest this, just as a thought, Automat Americana. Take a look at the way the ATST is built and the fact that they did implement that, and consider trying that. Consider trying moving this joint into something more narrow, connecting this joint on the outside, and then it will still look like the more traditional mech digitigrade limb, and also it will have the technically correct joint. And I'm just suggesting this because it might be the best of both worlds. It might be. I leave that to you to decide. Lovely work either way. Here we have from Beaky. Speaking of beaks, this is the end result from my printing. Oh god, excuse me. Oh. It's really nice to see something you built yourself in a finished state. Also, thanks to all of you who helped. I learned a lot, Beaky. I've been following your progress, and it is a joy, isn't it? And I'm glad that you're feeling that right now, because this is one of my great joys, is that concepting, designing, finishing, and boom, there it is in reality. It's never just the way you imagined it. It's never just the way you imagined it, but sometimes it's actually better. I really love what you did with the top texture on here. This looks very real, looks very practical. Well-sized, too, with our Banshee here coming up to, looks like about 4th story. That seems pretty good. Oh, Nomad is Nomad Ogrekin is a fucking fantastic app. Forger and Nomad, if you have an iPad, are great sculpting. Great sculpting apps. And are incredibly powerful. Particularly, Nomad in particular, it can do a lot of the things that ZBrush Basic can do. It's another iPad app. Lovely Beaky. Here we have from the Cookie Mama, messing around in Inkscape again. Why do I know this? What is my brain doing right now? Oh, I guess they have it on Android as well. Or maybe that's what that was my confusion. I think Forger is iPad only, but Nomad Sculpt is available on Android. Why do I know this? I know this, but why do I know this? Or is it just similar to something that my brain is trying to fill in the gaps of? Yeah, right? That's the feeling. I don't... It's a little Dragon Ball-esque, but no, that's not what it is. Yeah, Sumatha, that's what my brain is saying, is Magistracy of Canopus plus Dragon Ball. Okay, as long as that's just me trying to connect familiar symbols and not me completely missing something. Yeah, okay, because that's what I was getting out of it, Kursala. So congratulations, Cookie Mama, your scribblings just wrinkled the shit out of my brain. Nice, clean, effective work. I like it. I like the color scheme, too. I like the kind of the cool gray and then the series of greens. And, if you know one thing by now, you should know that this particular color combo, a nice golden yellow with a nice forest green, this is one of my absolute favorite color combinations. After, blue and magenta. The Magistracy of Dragon Balls. Not available on Android, okay. Yeah, I thought it might be an iPad-only app. It's a good app, though. It's a good app. Lovely work, Cookie Mama. Here we have from Merlin Models. Look at him. Look at him. Look at how smug he is. This is just because he hasn't realized that the average survival time of an Imperial Guardsman is measured in double-digit hours yet. Look at him. Look at him with his EVA foam armor. That's not approved by the Munitorum. Shoulder pads are looking nice, man. Really, a very good job with the sort of chamfers on the pectoral and ab plates on this. Those came out really, really well. I like the little sort of probably burned-in rivet marks he got there. Good-looking set of armor. Good-looking set of armor, Merlin. You always make me want to cosplay again, and I haven't done it in so long. He's smug because he figured that out. He's smug because he figured that out. He's like, hey, I'm gonna die for the Emperor and there's nothing for it. I might as well smile. It really does. He's done a EVA foam is twice as effective as standard issue Munitorum flak armor. Yeah, standard issue Munitorum flak armor is that fucking Warbler. Ain't good for nothing. Oh, there's Merlin. You should be asleep, dude. What are you doing? Turn off your phone. For the love of God. In the name of Jaffa cakes, get some fucking sleep. I love this look on his face, though. Like, I've got carapace armor and you don't. This guy. Really good work on that, Merlin. We have from Ogrekin. Ooh, Ogrekin, exciting. 10mm scale, Green Knight. Oh, I like this. That is a little fella, ain't he? I feel like I recognize this model. I feel like I've seen someone paint this model specifically, but I can't remember where, so I probably shouldn't commit too much to that statement. Maybe it's just that we've seen somebody recently do something with a caparisoned horse with dags on the caparison like this recently. Maybe that's it. 1 inch square. Yeah, he's just a little fella. Oh, these are 1 inch. So this is smaller than 1 inch. Because this square is smaller than these squares. Damn. I mean, you know, if you've been listening for the last minute or two, I love green with gold. I love green with gold. This looks fantastic. Really nice shading. Still got some good edge highlights, pulling out all the details on here. I can make out the details of the horse and rider. Teeny tiny. Holy moly. Lovely. Lovely work, Ogrekin. Please do share more. Alright. Let's see what we've got here from Sumitha. Oh, no. We gotta look at some Trek ships that I don't like. I'll just try to admire the model. Can't give two shits about the multi-vector bullshit assault mode. But the Prometheus is a ship design I consider near and dear to my heart. She's a beautiful ship design, and the Eagle Moss XL edition is a gorgeous model. I suppose. There's just something about the combination of the sleek arrowhead primary hull, blended secondary hull, and the quad nacelles. On the reviewer side of things, I'll say the Eagle Moss seems to be losing the plot when it comes to their bases and stands. First, the Sulaco's base, yeah, that was crazy. Feels like it's not sufficient for the weight. Now, this one is shaped where it just barely stays balanced without falling out/forward. Insert Odo. Here. That's the right one, isn't it? I know just the one you're talking about, and it's Ah, well, still a lovely model. I don't think I'm as big a fan of the Prometheus as you are. Like, I see what you're saying. And there is a lot to love in the design, but I'm forced to think of the Galaxy class. And the Galaxy class is just, like, better. It has so much more style to it. And the saucer, I think, is so much more elegant than the Arrowhead. The Arrowhead is, now admittedly, you know, context matters, but the Arrowhead is so much more primally aggressive than the saucer. And if we're talking Federation designs, the softness of the saucer is much more what I'm into. That and the smooth curves of the engineering section going down into the raised dual nacelles. But it's okay. It's okay. We can disagree over Federation ships. War is over Trek, but I like both. I think a lot of people do, Ogrekin. You're in good company. The Scimitar is pretty smexy. Hold on, Riddick. Are you talking about the one from fucking Nemesis? Somebody get him the fuck out of here. Come on, man. This It's okay. You can like the Scimitar. You can like the Scimitar. I'm gonna judge you a little bit for it. Not like a lot. I'm not gonna judge you a lot. A little bit. A little bit of judgment. Hate what they did with the bullshit separation crap, but this thing is a single piece. It's vastly better. The saucer separation thing never really... Like, they did it in, like, the first episode of Trek with the Galaxy class, and then every time they separated the saucer section from that point on, it was totally unnecessary, and every time they should have separated the saucer section, they didn't. So I'm pretty ambivalent as to the notion of the battle bridge at all on any Federation ship. Defiant is the best Federation ship design of all time. Oh, Sumatha! I feel like this is a conversation we could have. Because I don't agree. I like the Defiant. I do. I like the Defiant. It is not the best Federation design. How can you tell me that the Defiant is a better design than the Constitution class? I mean, really. Honestly, look deep inside yourself and ask this question. I'll allow the Scimitar, the Riddick. I'll allow it. I feel like I prefer the Romulan Warbird, the updated Romulan Warbird, to the Scimitar. I feel like they don't really share much visual language, but if I'm going with technically Romulan ships, I feel like the Warbird is better. Which one is the Negvar? I don't have a mental image of that one. Excuse me. It was like the only Riemann ship, so we don't really have anything to compare it to. I think I'm biased because when the Scimitar was introduced, it's in like one line of dialogue where stupid young Picard is like, "We built it at a secret base," and I'm like, I have so many questions as to how the fuck that works, but you're just not gonna answer me. So, okay. Hang on, let me take a look. Oh, yeah, shit. Okay. They used this one in the Mirror Universe, didn't they? When I look at this, I think of Worf as Chancellor, his ship in the Mirror Universe. Didn't he have one of these? And then I feel like maybe Martok had one later on. Okay, yeah, DS9. The Necron Crescent is the best Federation. I'm not even gonna dignify that. Let's keep going. Alternate future, last episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation. Oh, All Good Things? It's been a while since I've watched All Good Things. It's entirely possible that it's there and I just completely missed it. All right. Let's see. Here we got from Stone Flesh. Skulltor from Black Rose Wars. Oh, this is nice. This is nice. I love the repeat use of all the purples on this. The sort of purple core to the blade going out to the blue. I like the use of the reds and the greens here in the base. Altogether good texturing. I want to say he looks like Skeletor, but his name is Skulltor, so I feel like that's just like saying he looks like what he obviously is supposed to be, considering he has what looks like Skeletor's half of the Sword of Power as well as Skeletor's staff. He's Generator, and he pulls it off so well, all the way down to being a bone man with rippling muscles. Good job pulling out the detail on all this. I really like the use of purple. It's a strong overall scheme, and you balanced it well with the kind of yellow-white. This is a very simple but effective paint scheme with good composition overall. I would say lovely work. Lovely work, Stoneflesh. But that will bring us to the end of the Storm Report and the end of tonight's stream.
I am having the most pleasant day.
Let's see who's doing what. Get this raid started. Admittedly, that's true. Yeah, it's hard to beat the White Star. White Star has a lot going for it. I'm so very curious about what the new Babylon 5 is going to be like. Considering how many shows I've enjoyed on the CW, I couldn't give two shits that the CW is making it. What matters to me is who is... I mean, the fact that J. Michael Strakonoscopy has his hand deep in the tight folds of production. Useless Wizard. What's he doing? We got free range miniatures. We got Kaylee Larson doing some business there. What's Useless Wizard doing? What's Commander Mittens doing? Hold on. We haven't rated Commander Mittens in a little bit. She's doing some 2D art. What's useless wizard doing? Looks like he might be talking squats. Which I, if I'm being honest, couldn't really give two shits about. What about free range miniatures? What's he doing? Doing some live commission work? He's only been going for a little bit. I don't think we have rated him yet, so why don't we do that? I think you can figure out. I think you can figure out what I was doing with his name there. I believe in you. Oh no, don't unraid. That's not a command I want to do. There we go. Let's get that started. Let's get that started. Get that going, folks. I know. Oh, Coral, what's up, man? Welcome to the end of all things. It's good to see you, Coral. I know a lot of you are probably going to turn in for the night, but I do try to raid you to interesting places, and if you feel like sticking around for a minute, making a little bit of noise, checking out the stream, consider dropping a follow, even if you're taking off. That way the next time Free Range comes on, you'll have that follow. You'll get that notification, and you'll be able to pop over and see what they're doing. So we are going to be back. Oh, Coral's got the jokes. Why are you a VIP? I don't even know how that happened. We're going to be back Thursday, the 5th. We're going to be doing some more painting. I'm not going to say exactly what yet. It depends on what I'm feeling like that day. It is probably going to be, we're going to lay back in on Oily Vader. I figure we'll work on him Thursday, Sunday, and then we'll probably be done with him. Get that green OSL started. Saturday, May the 7th, we're having Discord movie night. Go ahead and get your tag on the Thunderhead Studio Discord to get notified for that. We'll be hanging out, watching something good. And then Sunday the 8th, we'll be back doing more painting, probably finishing off Vader. Guys, thank you. Really, thank you. Thank you for hanging out with me today. This has been a fantastic stream. I got a lot of work done, which is good because I got to speed paint these fools. Thank you, as always, to my amazing mod team and everyone who contributed to the Storm Report. I got to go get something to eat, so until next time, keep on painting.